Morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the demo stage of today's Global InsurTech Summit. My name is Marian Dimitrov, and I'm Director of Research at FinTech Global. First, pleasure to welcome everyone and see everyone in person again. I think the Global InsurTech Summit became known as the last InsurTech event before lockdown back in March 2020. So it's great to see everyone again in person. But also would like to extend a warm welcome to anyone that's watching the live stream online. Before we go into today's agenda, I would just like to extend a huge thank you to our sponsors who have helped us put this great event together. The insurance firms that are in attendance today and are supporting what we're doing, and also all the presenters and speakers that are sharing their insights with us. As you already know, please download the Umbrella app. It's the one place where you can connect with all the delegates on the day. And you can also get the latest information and agenda for the event. You can schedule meetings straight into the platform or arrange your meetings in our networking area here at the venue. Just one thing, make sure you log in today because we're going to close off registration at the end of the event, so then you're going to miss your chance to follow up with fellow participants and also watch any recordings of the sessions on demand afterwards. As we all know, the insurance industry has gone tremendous change over the last 2 years with the high level of demands from customers due to COVID and the increased use of digital channels. It's only accelerated the need for innovation. So it's my pleasure to introduce the demo stage here today and some of the leading disruptors in the insurance space that can show off their technology and the latest innovation that they're working on. We'll start off with presentation from our clients, Varicent, Cordico, Vindicium, Agility Group, ClimateX, and Socotra, who will have 10 minutes to present before going into the demo, the quick-fire 5-minute demonstrations which delegates voted for to see today on stage. I would like to ask all the presenters to just adhere to their time to give equal opportunity to everyone. And also just come on stage as soon as the previous presenter is finished, so we make sure we fit within our allotted time. With that being said, I would like to pass over to Phil Denham from Varicent to kick off this exciting session. Phil.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for that welcome and intro. So just by way of an intro, my name is Phil Denham. If you can move the slide forward, where is it? You got it. Okay. So just by way of an intro, my name is Phil Denham. I'm a solutions consultant at Varicent. I'm here together with my colleague, Colin Wan, who's responsible GM for financial services at Varicent. Colin, if you want to take it away for the first couple of slides.
Okay. So just to give you a little intro to Varicent, what we do is help companies with sales performance management. And so in the context of insurance, what that's really talking about is ensuring that your agents and your brokers are getting paid their commissions accurately, on time, and they have clear visibility to all of that information. That's what we're best known for. But as you can see on the slide here, we also work upstream and downstream in the sales performance management cycle. And so we also have tools that help companies with sales planning, territory and goal setting, forecasting and analytics, and then we even have an AI machine learning tool that can help your comp admins with gaining great insights about all the data they're collecting. So that's a little intro. In a minute, Phil's going to take you through a couple slides to show you what the tool looks like, but I just want to leave you with this slide. It's the typical brag slide, of course. We're very proud of all of the customers we have around the world. I'm sure many of you may not have heard of Varicent, so wanted to share this with you. But in addition to it being a brag slide, it should also give you the assurance that we really know financial services. We have over 100 customers in banking, insurance, asset management, mortgage, all around the world. We like to say we've never seen an incentive or comp plan that we haven't been able to implement on our platform. So with that, I'm going to give it back to Phil and let him actually show you what the tool looks like.
So, thank you, Colin.
Sure.
So as Colin just alluded to, in terms of we support sales and compensation management, sales performance, and that spans all of the different personas within the business, whether that's a revenue generating individual, HR, managers, executive, comp admins. I mean, Varicent is a solution that incorporates all of that. So what you're seeing here on screen, and again, this is not a live demo, it's a presentation demo. I'm logged in as an agent, and clearly when an agent logs in, they can see their individual performance, what is important to them. So on the left-hand side, you can see their earnings. Clearly, they're having an amazing year, right? Persistency ratio, that's one of the key KPIs in terms of measures that they're being compensated on, and their total production year to date. Everything you're seeing on screen is configurable, so I mean, this is just an example, but clearly you can see an example of premiums by month. That's broken down by net new business, renewals. This particular agent sees their pipeline for the remainder of the year as well, which gives some indication as to the forecast as where they're going to finish off. Premiums by product year to date, so they can see where they're selling strong, where they're weaker, where they may need to kind of change their focus as well. And if we move on, we can see a lower level of detail. Anyone who is kind of has as a variable component as part of your compensation, you want to see your commission statement, right? I mean, I do, not necessarily day to day, but weekly. But you want to see how you're performing, where you're tracking. So this is an example of a dashboard and a report that shows a breakdown by component. And when we talk about component, those are the components of your compensation plan. Those could be qualitative, they could be quantitative. In this case, it's showing commissions, it shows clawbacks, deductions. I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But it's giving that transparency to your agents and your revenue generating team as to how they're performing. And it is motivating. I mean, if you go to your commission statement, you're kind of at a certain level, and there are tiers in place that you can, get accelerators, you can get additional bonuses. We are displaying and transparently communicating that information to your sellers. And you can see the credits by period. So how are you contributing to your commissions? And again, it is about changing behaviors. If you're performing well or you're underperforming, you can pivot, you can adapt, and try to be the kind of best representation of yourself and outdo your performance. If I move on, Colin alluded to, we have a great kind of expertise and representation in financial services across multiple sectors. However, Varicent is built for complexity. I mean, in this industry, from our expertise, from our experience, compensation is complex. So Varicent is built for that complexity. It's built for that scale. And if you look at some of the examples here, I mean, this is just an example, right? You've got clawbacks, you've got deductions, you've got recurring revenues, first-year commissions, bonuses. We are designed to build to handle that complexity. And it is all point-and-click configuration to handle this, but it is built for scale. It's built for complexity. And then moving on, transparency. I think, Colin, you alluded to that in your intro. It is about presenting the data to your teams, to your sellers, to whoever it is within the organization. In this case, they're seeing a compensation statement at a transaction level of detail. So every transaction that is transacted, they can see the resulting commission for that, whether it's net new business, whether it's renewals, the number of contracts in place, number of lapsed contracts. So you get that level of detail that no other solution can provide. And again, it's motivational. It allows your revenue generating teams to focus on what they do best, rather than kind of disputing or working out their commissions, on a spreadsheet or in a book. They can manage that very easily by having the data within Varicent. And then in terms of a modern kind of experience, I know there's lots of organizations are going to present and talk about AI and NLP and NLU. Varicent allows you to interact with the solution in a conversational way. So we have a conversational assistant. So any kind of question, where is my comp statement? what am I going to get paid this month, show me any transactions that are disputed. You can interact with Varicent in a conversational way. Multiple languages, so again, it reduces the number of inquiries that generally sellers have or your teams have, it builds the trust in the solution as well. And then if your teams do have inquiries, they can raise that directly within Varicent. So we have a very sophisticated workflow and inquiry management solution that allows you to dispute at any kind of level, whether it's a transaction level, and say, look, I dispute this transaction. That will then get routed to an individual or a team using the workflow, so it's very transparent. You can see where it is at any given point in time. And one of our customers here in the US, in EMEA, within 3 months of implementing Varicent, reduced their number of inquiries by 75%, which is a huge bottleneck for comp admins, for HR, for managers, and just by simply managing it more effectively within a single solution. And then finally, when we talk about modern experience, everything you see, we'd invite you to come to the booth subsequent to this presentation, is available on a mobile device. So no matter where you are, whenever, you have access to your comp information, to your performance. So in a world where we're more disparate, we're getting out and about and traveling a little bit more like today's event, you can get access to your compensation information on the move using native iOS and Android applications as well. So with that, I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but if you want to know more, we're all at booth number 5. Myself, Colin, Yasmin, Chloe, and Anshul as well. So we'd love to have a conversation with you. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Hello, my name is Peter from Cortical.io. Just click here. My name is Peter from Cortical.io. Cortical.io is an AI company based out of Vienna. We are providing solution for automatically and accurately extract information out of unstructured documents and text. Our solution is called Semantic Pro, which is an intelligent document processing platform. And as I mentioned, I hope you can hear me, guys. You can accurately and extract information with our solution. We have a meaning-based approach with this patented natural language understanding technology, which we have invented. We can also seamlessly integrate into other business and enterprise systems. As a result of this, we can drastically reduce the time and effort that is used to review documents in a manual way, specifically also in an insurance context, but we're not limited to insurance, right? And of course, what you can achieve here is, since we're working with a meaning-based approach, you get an accurate, I would say, and valuable insights into risks in the insurance business. Again, we have patented natural language understanding technology that is based on neuroscience. We call this semantic fingerprints. We invite you to our booth to explain you the technology in detail. It's not like other keyword-based systems or deep learning models that are traditionally used in these kind of systems, rather than a new approach. Our founder is here on our booth as well, that can explain you in detail the technology. The benefit here of our solution is that we can find and classify unstructured text even if the language is different. And so you can have completely different words that have the same meaning but still have the getting results and accurate extractions. Our solutions are really based for business users. and subject matter experts rather than data scientists that are often, I would say, used to train AI models. So training of AI models is in our solution done by the subject matter experts. We can define specific extractions, let's say in a long-term disability plan in insurance, for instance, a large document. We can define specific extractions of documents, modify and train the models to meet changing business requirements, and we are agnostic to the document type. You can use any document type in our solution. And the benefit of our core technology is also that it's not dependent on any language, right? So it's a multi-language approach. Again, low-code solution, a web-based application that the subject matter expert can see, and I have a couple of screenshots here as well. One main benefit that is often overlooked is that we use minimal training data for our AI and extraction models. We can achieve high accuracy with just 50 or 100 documents rather than thousands of documents that might be used in traditional approaches. So, and how does that apply to the insurance industry? So that's just one example how Cortical.io could help in the insurance context. For instance, in the process where a client requests a quotation, and needs to collect information, so the broker needs to collect information from the broker for a request for proposal. Typically, this is a very manual process. Documents needs to be reviewed, information needs to be extracted, and this is where we can extract and analyze data out of these large and complex documents. Then this is typically handed over to a quote specialist as well, and at the broker side, typically the same process is here as well. When the information is sent back to the broker, typically they also need to extract the information out of this document, and finally receive a quotation or prepare a quotation for the end client. And the red things here are encircled the ones where our solution comes in. So how does that work in reality? The subject matter expert logs into our application, creates a document type that could be, for instance, a long-term disability plan, insurance documents, any document type you can think of. You define target extraction, so what information would you like to extract from these documents? You upload sample documents to train the algorithm. Again, we only use a couple of, let's say, 50 or 100 examples. We annotate the documents manually, so the human in the loop needs to annotate the information and train the model, and then we save the model, right? It's very interactive as well, so if you don't achieve accurate results with the first, let's say, 50 or 100 documents, you can upload, the subject matter expert always can upload more documents and retrain the model. And then again, when it comes to the quote specialist, it really, so that's the end process I just showed before. Logs into our solution, Semantic Pro, extract and analyze, upload the documents, review the extractions, whether or not the extractions that have been defined are accurate or not. He can then export, he or she can then export this information to a quoting system, for instance, or to Excel as well for further downstream processes. And the human in the loop can also validate if the extractions of the document are accurate or not, and then retrain and give the machine a hint that this was not an accurate extraction, actually. So some demo slides here. So it's a web application, again, that end users can log in. We can, again, use any kind of document, a benefit plan, a typical PDF document that is used to prepare a quotation. Our viewer looks like this, that here on the left-hand side you can see the document, and when the subject matter expert uploads the document, you see the extractions that have previously been defined and that have been extracted automatically. what's also interesting here is that we have a meaning-based approach. So even if there are provisions in a contract that have a specific meaning, but have different words, we can still extract this information, right? We can extract whole provisions of documents as well, and so on. So here's a screenshot of what we call a mapping manager. This is where the subject matter expert goes into the mapping manager and defines the target extractions, like simple ones, policy name, carrier name, policy effective date, and so forth. And again, this can be done with any document type, and you can define as many extractions as you like. Again, really you can define very simple terms like names and dates, but you can also have more complex items like funding method, disability definition, and so on. And you can, and this is where natural language understanding technology has really its beauty, I would say. You can define inferences, which is the meaning-based approach I just mentioned. So if you have a funding method, you can, the system can detect whether or not it's 100% employer paid or employee paid or shared, even if the term is not in the contract, right? Even if not the exact wording is in the contract. So you can quickly add and modify existing extractions, define an unlimited number of values, and you can create relations between extraction targets as well. You can assign parent-child relationships and leaves as well. This is actually the process that for the subject matter experts. In this case, we've uploaded a long-term disability PDF file to the platform. You also see what kind of, let's say, when you train the model, you need to annotate first the key information and link the targets. You see that here, right? So this is what is going to be highlighted by the subject matter expert, and then you assign this to the relevant extraction target. You can quickly locate and approve and edit these settings. So this is the human in the loop that actually is able to completely self-sufficiently use this information. We can monitor the model performance as well, and then we within the extraction targets we give the end user a hint and confidence level, how confident the system was that it has extracted the right information. So I think I ran out of time. But one thing I want you to, it's just one more slide. One side effect is that of our technology is that you can very easily find and search for information, let's say for cost of coverage, and again you will get a meaning-based ranking of the documents that the system can be located. So I think I ran out of time and I don't want to. So thanks, visitors at our booth, and we are looking forward to have a chat with you. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jesus Luzardo. I handle partnerships and international sales for Vindicia. You probably don't know much about us in the insurance industry, but we're part of a larger corporation, Andox, 27,000 people strong, global public corporation. And I'm here to talk about recurring billing management platform as well as failed payment recovery solution for you. So let's start with a question. I'm pretty sure everybody will be very interested to listen to a solution that gives you 522% ROI and is payback in less than 6 months after you implement that. And this is a platform that will help you not only extend the consumer lifecycle value, keep that consumer with a frictionless experience, but also reduce your DSOs, your outstanding receivable days. It sounds good. You don't need to trust me for that. You just met me. We have data that support that. We have Forrester that conducted a research on our solution and is validated with data in the industry. But why this is important for you? The recurring billing market is growing. Insurance is just one industry out of it, but it's really growing double digits every year. You are all pressured by new entrants in the market. And I'm pretty sure you know this better than me because you are experts in the insurance industry, but the traditional brands don't have really much consumer loyalty. There are new entrants, brands that are outside of the insurance industry penetrating that, leveraging their brand and their loyalty. And there are a lot of new players that are niche players that are attacking some of the niche markets in the insurance industry. In addition to that, and this is data from Visa, 23.5% of the recurrent payments fail, meaning when you take a credit card, debit card from a consumer, put it on your system, you process the first payment. After that, one of the subsequent recurrent payments fail, 23.5%. That's the average in the industry. So every company has their own methodologies. They try to recover a portion of that. Typically, about 10% of that is still left. And some of you just continue to retry that, send it to collections, use the call center to recover that and continue the policy. But it's hard. And you know, acquiring those subscribers it has a cost of acquisition for you. Keeping them is as important to that. So we really believe that retaining that and eliminating the friction on the process is important for consumers to continue to use your services. And again, eliminating that friction out of the process. The way we do it is that payment failed, we take that failed payment, and we reprocess that payment with our methodologies and algorithms in a way that is seamless for the consumer. The consumer never find out that the payment failed in the first place. So for them, it's completely frictionless. It's transparent because the payment is represented to your selected payment processor on your behalf as a company. And in that way, you not only keep that consumer happy because the experience has been great, but also you reduce the time for collecting that payment, and also you reduce your internal costs because you don't need to use contact centers or customer service to contact that consumer one way or the other to recover that payment that failed in the first place. So in average, we recover about 30% of those terminally failed payments. When an insurance company expired all their efforts to recover that payment, send those payments to us. We integrate on top of any billing platform that you use today. And we recover using our AI and ML algorithms about 30% of those terminally failed payments for you. Again, as I mentioned, Forrester, payback in less than 6 months. These are figures from a normalized enterprise based on the data of the different companies that they talk to. So the millions of dollars there are based on the normalized enterprise. But as you can see, there are benefits not only on the recovery of the payment, but the extension of the life cycle value of that consumer, because that consumer never intended to not pay for their insurance policy in the first place. It's just 23% of those payments fail through the value chain in the payment processing industry. And in addition to that, you reduce your internal costs on customer service and contact centers trying to address that issue with the consumer. And then you keep your consumer happy, you reinforce your brand, and make sure that they have a good experience, not only browsing through your services, onboarding them, but then on that seamless process of recovering that monthly payment. So that's pretty much what I have for you. A few slides. Here we have a booth. Peter, Sharon, Sagit, myself, we're available. Happy to talk to you, discuss your challenges. Most of these challenges are day-to-day challenges that, again, any insurance company face, and you are addressing that in different ways. We have been doing this for 18 years across multiple verticals, and that 30% of recovery rate is hard data based on our experience across multiple verticals. So we believe we can help you. Come talk to us, and we'll be happy to discuss that. Thank you.
Okay. Morning, everyone. So really great to be here to present to you, give you a quick overview of agility. So my name is Luke Andrews. I'm representing agility in the UK. I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes just talking about the kind of suite of solutions and products we have we're bringing to the UK. I think at 10 minutes, there's a little trap door here. So it opens up and this swallows me whole. So I'm going to try and make it as quick as possible. Cool. So agility's whole mantra is more care, less risk. So what does that actually mean? So what we want to do is we work to kind of overcome kind of technological and business boundaries to provide integrated and modular systems for health insurers to help them manage their end-to-end risk from everything from clinical risk through to underwriting risk and financial risk. So let me talk to you a little bit more about what that actually means. So we believe we are one of the best leading in the world integrated modular health administration, customer care, risk management solutions. It's quite broad, and we're going to have a little video to talk through some of the aspects of what we offer in the market. So, as mentioned, we are modular. So we provide systems that can easily plug into clients' existing systems, but also are integrated and they fit together kind of seamlessly as well. Everything from web and omni-channel customer engagement, product management and product development, quotation, being able to offer very quick, speedy quotations, underwriting processes, reporting, claims management, financial management, including kind of reimbursement risk and ensuring claims are paid suitably and effectively and properly on time. But also we're layering on a lot of analytics and machine learning to also help create predictive risk modelers, especially in the health insurance space. So health insurance globally, healthcare costs globally are kind of spiraling, right? And in the UK, it's no exception. So we've been working across the world, in Singapore, in the US, and in our roots in South Africa. And a lot of the kind of proven outcomes of our systems are on the screen. So because we're able to automate a lot of the kind of claims handling and claims management processes, we're able to get up to 100% straight-through processing because of the rules and algorithms we've built into our systems, which can help reduce costs by up to 50%. So we're also able, because all of the data and health data we're collecting through our systems, we're able to apply models and predictive analytics to be able to stratify patients based on their risk needs and their unique healthcare needs, which helps also insurers more proactively manage high-risk patients to be able to preempt catastrophic episodes before they actually happen. And there have actually been instances where we've been able to flag episodes as potentially occurring in the next 12 months, flagging it to insurers and helping them more proactively manage those patients to avoid admissions and readmissions, especially post-operatively. Through 67,000 algorithms and rules, which crosswalk and map diagnostic and procedure codes, we help our clients and insurers reduce waste, fraudulent claims, and abuse. We've been proven to do this save clients between 8 and 15% of savings through that mechanism. Because we're modular and because we're able to help clients create a more seamless customer experience, mainly through the ability to integrate all these data sets into one place. Because it's modular, we can help clients bring new products to market far quicker than their existing systems are able to, because it's such an easy database agnostic platform to be able to load up new product specifications, to be able to kind of bring those products to market quite quickly. And because we're able to integrate modular systems, we come with a real ambition, especially in the UK market, to be able to completely support our clients' digital transformation journeys, which is not easy. And we have quite a specialist unit that also deals with the change management aspects of that, because it's not just about the technology, it's about managing the human interaction, both from brokers, your claims handlers, and other stakeholders in your business. So this has been recognized globally. So we've been winning lots of awards globally in recognition of the software and the systems we develop for our clients. More recently, in Singapore, where we were awarded with an AI healthcare award on the basis of the work we're doing with one of the leading insurers in that market. So we are a South African-based company, but our international headquarters are in Singapore. So we have international footprint, and we recently opened up our UK office this year. So we are expanding, and we want to meet as many people from the underwriting and insurance sector and the healthcare space as much as we can today, and we want to really talk about what we are bringing to the market. So it's a short video about what we're doing, and then I'm going to conclude.
In the average healthcare funding organization, the behind-the-scenes operations are a little like an old-fashioned military campaign. For every soldier in the field, there are at least 20 people behind the lines handling logistics. Indeed, it takes a small army to just get the basics right, and one would assume an even bigger one to take it a few leaps further to not just understand, but properly manage risk and achieve tangible bottom-line results. So just how does agility achieve the seemingly impossible with a seemingly small army? It all comes down to a unique business philosophy that fully optimizes its people and solutions through state-of-the-art technology. The result? Achieving a balance between people and effective risk management. Integration has become a bit of a buzzword nowadays, a strong term that is loosely used by a lot of people to often describe a lot of unintegrated things. At Agility, it's a term that we have lived by since the day we opened our doors. It's the way we do things, it's the way we think. And through the years, we have come to fully understand and appreciate the power of integration within particularly a healthcare context. And so our business philosophy includes a key focus on technical integration across all healthcare modules. Let's take John as example. He's on his way to the hospital for a pre-authorized procedure. He recovers nicely and is discharged a few days later. Because the Agility system is a fully integrated one, we also know that John has diabetes. So we now take care of John's post-op health needs, as well as and in conjunction with his unique healthcare needs as a diabetic. When the hospital submits John's claims a few weeks later, the Agility system automatically compares it to what was pre-authorized and allocates payments accordingly. In other words, Agility manages the full patient profile instead of every healthcare event in isolation. Higher automation is the second component of our business philosophy. Here, our key strategy is to manage members within a solution framework. As a result, our risk management solutions ensure increased levels of automation. Our business philosophy also prioritizes intellectual property-driven solutions with a strong clinical focus. The key strategy? To add intrinsic value for both our clients and their members. But of course, we take this one step further by embedding all intellectual property, whether it's business or clinical intelligence, throughout all organizational touchpoints, and extending these learnings to our clients as part of our consulting service. The enabler of all these gains for our customers is our technology solutions. Our philosophy helps us to only focus on systems and processes that are integrated, that are flexible, and have a bottom line impact. Here, our key deliverables are measurable business efficiencies and effectiveness, and outcome-based risk management solutions. The unprecedented outcomes that we achieve for our clients boil down to three key interventions that successfully reduce event rates. Firstly, risk assessments must be based on data feeds from all sources. Secondly, individuals who are at the highest risk of a healthcare event must be identified and specifically managed through a patient care program. And thirdly, reducing clinical event rates, or any unplanned event for that matter, will automatically reduce admissions and costs. Because in our line of business, no healthcare system is an island. So let's manage our global villages with more care, less risk.
Cool. So just to summarize, so we are unique, modular-based, integrated healthcare insurance management solutions with proven outcomes, both in terms of cost reduction, customer experience improvement, and digital transformation, global award-winning technology at Stand 15. Thanks a lot for your time.
Hello, everyone. We're Climate X. My name's Alex. I'm the commercial strategy manager here. And alongside me, we're very lucky to have her present with us, is Dr. Claire Burke. She's our climate and geospatial modeling lead. So for the next 10 minutes, we're going to dive a bit into Climate X as a solution and how it can help the insurance industry become more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And then Claire's going to dive into a bit of the science and how our models actually work. There we go. Kind of skipped the introduction already. But so when it comes to climate change, obviously you don't need to look far to see the impacts, whether it's the wildfires in North America or the floods in Germany or even the recent flash floods in London. I don't think there's a country that is not at risk of climate change. And to put this in perspective, we're going to play around with some numbers. So the average salary in the UK for someone is $40,000. But as you widen the scope, you start seeing, and it's quite topical, Elon Musk, his net worth is approximately 278 billion. That's probably pre the Twitter acquisition. But even at that point, it's actually more than some countries here in Europe. And as you continue to widen the scope, you start seeing that, well, the US defense budget is at $660 billion. And then Apple's market cap at $2.8 trillion. But nothing amounts to the estimated costs associated to climate change to the global economy. So with that being said, governments and central banks worldwide have been working hard on deploying legislations and policies to get a better grip on climate risk and limit the impacts. And if you're like us and have been following some of those developments over the last year, you probably noticed that there was a new report coming out every week or so providing guidance for firms across financial services to kind of help them on this journey. But one problem that we saw that was quite relevant across all the reports is around the lack of data, right? The lack of applicable data for financial institutions like an insurance to basically embed in their organizations or in their decision-making processes. And that's really where Climate X comes in with our amazing platform, Spectra. Basically, it is we offer risk ratings and detailed analytics tailored to your industry needs with a clear indication of confidence. And that is from now through the year 2100 under multiple emission pathways. So we cover all the key climate risk. And by that, I mean a 360 coverage across all risk types. So if we take a deeper look, that kind of covers it froze here. The three types of flooding, so surface, river, coastal, subsidence, landslide. We just recently added damaging winds. We have extreme heat, and we're currently working on wildfires, droughts, tropical storms, and earthquakes. And then more importantly, right, tied to all of these data outputs that we produce, we also associate a confidence metrics associated to it, right? So every single output goes through a robust validation and backtesting process, and we're achieving up to 95% accuracy, and that's on the geophysical hazard side. When it comes to flooding, we're hitting up to 80 to 85%, which is quite remarkable. So again, transparency is definitely something that we value, and we know that when it comes to the insurance industry, you need to have that type of understanding so that you can properly embed it into your organization. And then in addition, also, we took it a step further into translating these climate metrics into something that's truly meaningful for the insurance industry. So adding a price tag to it, basically quantifying the impacts of climate change to your specific assets. And like I mentioned, it's cloud-based. It's offered via API or UI. And then I should have a couple slides coming up. There you go. So as you can see, this is kind of a snapshot of the portal. So you basically put in your email, your login, and then very simply you type in an address, or you can upload a portfolio of assets, and then you could dive in straight into your results. So you can get some insights tied to your portfolio as a whole, or you could dive in at the asset level. And then we take it a step further as well. You can download a pre-generated report that kind of provides way more information behind the insights and a lot of information behind our methodology or validation process, what types of ratings we're using, how we got to that. And if you want as well, you can download an extract of that data so that you can run your own assessments on the back end. If you're interested in having a live demo, we're at booth 9. And if some of you are courageous enough, you can even plug in your own address and we can generate a nice sample report for you. I'll stop here, but I'll pass it on to Claire, who's going to take you through how our models actually work.
Hi. So our models really actually work, and what that actually means in practice. In insurance, you may be familiar with the idea of CAT models. And one of these major challenges with CAT models is that you are projecting your future risk based on a statistical sample taken from past events. So you're saying, what is our risk now based on what's happened in the past? Now, the past is looking very different to the future, especially when we think about climate change. The way that we look at risk is from a physics-based perspective. We really actually model what is actually going to happen on the ground thanks to climate change. The way that this works is that we take observations, real-world observations from satellite or from sensors on the ground of what the state of the planet looks like right now. If you want to know about your risk of flood, you need to know things about what shape the land is, what the land is made from, is it concreted, is it covered in vegetation, where is the nearest water source. If you want to know things about geohazards such as subsidence and landslides, you need to know what's the rock made from, how does the weather interact with the rock as well. We also include state-of-the-art climate models that will tell us about rainfall and other types of weather now and into the future. The way that we know that we work is that these models work is that we validate them based on things that have happened in the past. For example, last summer in Hackney, there were flash floods. Some pretty severe flooding happened in this part of London. If you were to look at the Environment Agency's risk map of this area, the Environment Agency suggests that this area is at low to very low risk of flooding. What actually happened was some pretty severe flooding, about knee-depth water in large areas of Hackney Wick, around the train station, around the Olympic Park. This is the output from our climate model, from our hazard model, sorry. And we were able to accurately reproduce this flood when we put real weather data into our model. So we validate all of our models based on historical events. We then put climate model data into the model to say what might happen in future. So we can tell you about the changing risk of things that have happened in the past, but we can also tell you about the risk of things that haven't happened before, thanks to climate change. Similarly with landslides. Our landslide model predicts the risks of landslides. Coastal erosion can be a type of landslide as well. This area here on the south coast of Devon is predicted to be at a very high risk of landslide. And in November last year, there was indeed a landslide in this area. So we have evidence that our models have predictive power to a certain extent. So we project all of our risks from the present day under different types of climate change scenario, all the way to 2100. We can tell you about what you're at risk at, how severe it will be, and what the probability of every single risk is. We will also tell you how good our model is. We want to be very transparent about the science that we do. All of our clients have access to explainers on how the models work, what goes into them, and how reliable they are. You can find us at booth 9 if you want to see a demonstration of our product in action. Thank you.
Oh, nobody mentioned the lights are very bright on this side of the stage. Hey guys, I'm from Socotra. My name is Slav Todorov, and I'm leading the EMEA engineering team for the company over here. And what Socotra is doing is it's providing a core insurance platform for insurance companies. So We were founded in the US. Now we're expanding globally. We have representation here in EMEA as well as in Australia and APJ. So what I'm going to be talking about today is actually not just the platform itself, although it lies at the very heart of every insurance company, but I also want to take a broader view of what insurance companies need. Because the core platform itself is not sufficient to run in today's business, right? You would need to have other applications in your landscape. We've actually heard some great presentations before mine about applications that help your agents view their commissions, about applications that extract data from documents. So you want to be able to integrate those into your solution. But we also want to look at the overall ecosystems, because our present is changing very rapidly, and what will be valid tomorrow may not be here today. So you want to be able to actually build an ecosystem that can rapidly replace the existing product, and they can plug into your core insurance platform. So this is what the focus of today's presentation is going to be, starting from the very core, and this is our platform. So it's cloud native. We're currently working on AWS, and by the way, I just want to make sure I keep track of the time. It's quite an extensive information, so it's continuously improving. As we're based in the cloud, we deploy the system on a weekly basis. We deploy improvements to the system, so what that means is you'll never be on an older version. You'll always be up to date, and we'll never come knocking on your door to say, well, your system is no longer supported, so we need to start an upgrade project. The system will grow with you. It's scheduled to scale automatically based on the demand and based on the access and need that come across. It's configured only once. You set it up, and then it's just a matter of adding new products on the platform as needed, or switching any integrations that may be relevant. It can be integrated with a variety of data sources, including some of the presentations that we heard today, and some others that I'm going to mention. And it is something where you could very rapidly iterate and launch products. We have clients who have purchased the system and have gone into production in about 2 months' time. Obviously, that's a bit of an extreme case, but it's not unrealistic that you can take the platform and be in production in about 3-4 months' time. What I want to also mention is that the product model itself is based on industry best practices. It actually is product agnostic. So in other words, we don't necessarily impose any limitations in terms of the types of products you can run in the system. So you can configure property, auto, or life insurance products. And what will drive the behavior of the system is the components that you configure behind it. So everything is going to be driven by the setup of the system, the type of product, and the type of coverages that you're going to apply in there. So as you see on the screen, we can define any type of product. To that product, we can attach any type of, we call it an exposure, but think of it as the insured object. So if it's motor insurance, it's going to be a car. If it's property, it's going to be a house. If it's a life insurance, it's going to be a person. And then for that person, we configure all the different types of perils that are going to be applicable. In other words, the covers. So you will have, for your property, you'll have your fire damage, your flood damage. For your car, you may have your collision, accident, theft, and so on. So really, the product model is very flexible and can allow you to build any type of configuration. The system itself supports the full life cycle of the system. So it's not just a quote and buy application. It actually runs through the entire chain of the process in an insurance company, starting from the quotation and then doing the underwriting piece, doing the full policy administration life cycle, meaning that you can make policies, make changes to the policies. You can add, remove exposures. You can put in out of sequence endorsements, and you can do the billing. You can do claims, and then you can do reporting. Obviously, as I mentioned, not all of those may be relevant for you. That's why we also give you the opportunity to pick and choose which of those components will be relevant for your organization. And based on this, you can then switch those modules on. And for the other ones, you can either switch them off, or you can replace them by other third-party systems. The way everything is set up is done by using our graphical user interface. This is just a short snippet of the config studio that we offer. So in that, business users or users that are not developers, non-technical people can actually log in here, create new products, launch them onto the market. And as I said, we've had examples where the companies have gone in production in roughly 2 months. On the next slide, here are sample set of products that we're actually offering. Those are available as part of the system package. So when you get the system, we also offer a repository of products where you could, in fact, don't need to start from scratch. You can go into that repository, you can fetch a template product, so you can use it as a basis for your configuration. And this is essentially the very first layer that we discussed. So that's the core platform, the one that takes care of all your business needs. But if you look beyond that, if you start talking about, well, can I plug in a chatbot, or can I plug in something that analyzes my documents, or can I plug something else, this is where the integration piece comes in play. And this is where it is important to put an infrastructure in place that will allow you to easily connect to other applications. So in the dotted line that you see over here, actually I have a laser. In the dotted line that you see here is everything we discussed so far. Here is the core of the platform with all the different modules, all the setups, and that connects to either an integration layer or enterprise service bus or some kind of orchestration layer. And from there you can connect to a variety of different sources. Those could be any type of front end, being a customer portal, an agent portal, or some kind of embedded insurance into a market. We have clients that do that as well. Or a third-party system like general ledger, customer relationship management, aggregator website, payment processors, and so on. The way we achieve this is by offering about 150 standard APIs that cover the full spectrum of functionality. And one key differentiator that we take for ourselves is that all of this documentation that I'm talking about is publicly available on our website. So if you go to socotra.com, you can see the full documentation of the system. And you can also request a trial. So we are one of those companies that if you want to see whether everything we're saying is really true, you can actually talk to us and we can give you access to the system itself so you can play and try to break stuff inside. Some people find it very enjoying, by the way. And the final piece, if we think about our first diagram, so we talked about the core insurance, we talked about integrating with the other systems, but looking beyond that, like what you may need in the future, something that you may not have currently, or going into domains that you're currently not selling, and maybe looking for additional solutions around that. Well, this is where our Socotra marketplace comes in play, where we'll be offering pre-built integrations with a variety of providers. Some of those are listed here, like Stripe, TransUnion, DocuSign, and so on and so forth. The list obviously is going to be expanding because we're very actively working on building out relationships with various parties. And by the way, I'll be visiting some of the booths that I looked at the presentations because I'm very interested in understanding more. But essentially, the list of over here is going to grow. Our vision is to create either an App Store or Google Store type experience where you have a long list of pre-built integrations, and when you need to switch out, let's say, your payment provider from Stripe to, let's say, Chase Pay, it's not going to be a massive project that you need to undertake, but simply go to the store and switch off one integration in favor of another. Just to summarize, because I'm running almost out of time, we are a core insurance platform, but we look at the insurance industry more holistically. And this is what makes Socotra a little bit different. So we're not just interested in building the best platform. Actually, we are interested in building the best platform, but we want to offer also the ability for our clients to go beyond the platform and plug it in seamlessly into their ecosystem. So we do provide the core insurance platform, we do provide an integration layer, and we also want to offer them the flexibility of picking the right partners and the right entities to work with, which is covered by the Socotra marketplace. So if you're interested to find out more about us, visit us at booth 14. Thanks so much. Whoa. I'm taking the stage with me.
Excuse me hopping along. I've hurt my foot, so I'm limping a bit. Lovely to see you all. My name's Dan Lucken, and I'm from EasySend. We are a low-code, no-code platform that helps digitize the customer journey. What used to take 1,000 hours now only takes 1 hour, and as little as a mouse click. And I'll dive into the slides so you can understand our journey. Where's the clicker gone? There it is. I've only just joined a week ago, so I've been a baptism of fire. So be gentle with me. We were founded in 2016 in Israel. We've got offices in the US, obviously Israel as well, APAC. We're just launching into EMEA, so I'm heading up the expansion into the UK and into Europe. We have, as you can see here, we help enterprise level clients, specifically in the insurance industry and the banking industry, transform the manual processes that would take days and, you know, annoying for customers. You know what it's like when you have to fill out forms and all the rest. So we digitize that whole experience, which gives a big ROI and better customer journey. There we go. So that's actually, we've got some very large clients like IKEA and Volkswagen Group. We're up to about 60 clients now. That's slightly out of date, that slide there. But specifically, we're looking to partner with insurers in the UK to drive business. We work heavily with SAP and Salesforce in terms of integrations. We're completely technology agnostic. Let's go here, because time and a half run out quick when you're up here, doesn't it? As you can see, you know, the old forms turning into the digital transformation. The whole process is so quick and easy. And literally, I'm not exaggerating, what did used to take 1,000 hours, now literally 1 hour, if less. One mouse click, and it's so simple to do. It's an all-in-one platform, easy to use, full integration with pretty much anything, whatever you want. Let's have a look. So you can see here we've got some of our clients. Like I said, we've got IKEA, Zurich, Petplan. Unless you, I don't know if you know Petplan. Has anyone got pets? No. One of the biggest insurers in the world. They're part of Allianz or Alliance. How does anybody know how to say that? In Germany, is it Allianz, right? Anybody know? Yeah, Allianz, yeah. In the UK, everyone calls it Alliance, but yeah, Allianz, yeah. So, yeah, we work with Allianz, Petpan, Volkswagen, and all the rest. Here's an example. Lumi, probably nobody's heard of it in the room, but it's one of the biggest banks in Israel. And, you know, it's, like I said, 7 times faster approval time for the clients, for the customers, which is fantastic. Brilliant. I've completely run out of time already. Oh, well. Yeah. If anybody would like to speak to me, I'm around all day. I'd love to meet you all and speak to you in more detail about what we do, how we do it. And like I said, be gentle with me because I'm only a week in, so nice one. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, cool. Nice one. Cheers.
Good morning, just about 15 minutes before lunch, so we won't keep you too long. My name's Lawrence Buckler, joined by my colleague Greg Adams. We work for an InsurTech called Sprout AI. We have one mission in life. It's what we all get up for. We want to solve 100 million claims more quickly, more efficiently, and more effectively, to give people who are going through a miserable process or a miserable time, an unhappy time, the best possible experience. When we started with this audacious goal, we decided the best thing to do was to speak to our prospects and our customers as to why solving it was so difficult. And we found 3 key things. Firstly, we've got to get to the unstructured claims data. Data that's in documents, data that's in systems, data that's all over the place. And we know, having heard this morning, that data is getting more broad and more extensive, which leads to the next point. Decision-making is not binary. Decision-making is not black or white. And as we get to more data, we need to be able to use that more quickly, more efficiently, and more effectively. And finally, and I think probably the most significant, everybody wants to say we're in a digital world today. And you know, judging by the lack of grey hair that I have, you can see that I've been around since before the digital age. But we're still a long way to go. We're still working with AS400s. We're still working with other databases, other systems that capture and hold a lot of data that you need to use. We recognise very early on that we need to be able to unlock that data to enable you to help your customers claim more effectively. I'm going to hand over to Greg now to show you how the Sprout platform does it.
Great. So in the Sprout platform, we're basically looking at an end-to-end claim journey. In this case, we'll bring that to life with a couple of people, one who's going to be our customer, Joanna, and then the other who's going to be Peter, our claims handler. And Peter's going to be assisted, and Joanna as well, in the end-to-end claims journey by leveraging the capabilities of Sprout, where we're looking to automate a lot of those checks and different components that, that Lawrence is mentioning. So the idea here is that we're kind of taking a lot of that manual activity and digitizing it and automating it as much as possible. We've got a bit of a demonstration here today to bring that to life. Hopefully this will go ahead and work. This is looking at a journey here for Joanna, who's going to be initiating a claim into the insurance company, and she's going to be providing some information about a health claim that she needs to have resolved. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to use the Sprout platform to help her do the ingestion of the document that she needs to provide to get that claim processed, and we're going to see it's a very unstructured document that we're going to be looking at. The Sprout AI platform is going to allow that whole end-to-end journey to be automated. In the case that we can actually do a straight-through process and kind of analyze the information that Joanna is providing to give her an instant result, we can automatically kind of trigger her to get a resolution and have that claim settled. But in this case, we haven't been able to automatically do that adjudication. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to jump over to the view for Peter, who's going to be triggered to look at his claims dashboard and be able to access the claim that Joanna just submitted. In this case, we use the Sprout algorithms to then identify the claims information that's relevant for processing, and then also provide an analysis of that for Peter so that his job can be even more efficient. He's able to then see the treatment that Joanna received automatically populated in his claim database, and he can see then some decisions that have automatically been made on that data that Joanna provided. So we're seeing there the policy check that we run within the Sprout platform to identify whether or not that treatment that Joanna received is covered. And then we also see a recommendation here based off of the data that we received so that we can help Peter decide what the next step is that he needs to act on within that claim journey. So all of that aiming to make Peter's job more efficient and Joanna's even more transparent. What we then do is we look at the Sprout platform, which sits behind the scenes to power that claim journey. And in the Sprout platform, we provide a UI that allows for transparency in the decisions that are being made within that claim journey and the checks that we do automatically, as well as a high-level dashboard that provides all of the information that we're going to want to provide to our claims managers. So that's the end-to-end Sprout journey, looking at digitizing things as much as possible. And Lawrence, you can go ahead and wrap it up.
5 minutes. 5
seconds.
I've got 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Look, we're working with some of the largest customers today already. We're very young InsurTech, and working with clients like AXA, Zurich, MetLife, all around the world in multiple languages. If you want to come and speak to us, we will be out in the coffee area afterwards. Thank you very much for your time.
Cool. Right, so my name is Ben. I'm from Instander, technical pre-sales team. Probably enough small talk. Who are we? So we were launched in 2015. We do insurance across the board. So we really do P&C, we do life and health, and we've recently expanded into the group market. We're really, really chuffed with that. We've got deployments in 20 plus countries, so we've got clients really across the globe. We really, truly are global. We've got 80 plus clients now, so we've expanded really quickly in that 7 years because we've got a dedicated team behind the scenes working to make this the best platform we think there can be in the market. Some of our very satisfied clients are on the board. I don't need to brag about them. They're there, they're very happy, and they'd be more than happy to talk to you. We've got implementation partners as well, so the likes of Microsoft, Deloitte, EY help us to be as successful as we are today. And we're obviously really happy that we couldn't go without saying we've won some really good awards, the most recent of which being the most innovative InsurTech brand. God, that really is a mouthful, isn't it? Right. So what are we? So we really are the full insurance policy administration system. When we say that, we mean everything from build your product, distribute your product, and maintain your product. So everything that we think you need to do in order to build and innovate and move as an insurance business, we're there to support you with. We really are end-to-end. And obviously, it wouldn't go without saying that you have to have the data structure or the data infrastructure underneath that to support your business. So we have various kind of data reporting options as well that can help you. So finally, before we get on to the bit you're probably all here to see, which is the demo, why us? So we give you complete business control. So when we say no code, we really do mean no code. It is configuration. There is no developers needed to build in Instander and launch products really quickly. What does that actually mean? Well, it means things like if I want to launch a new product, all the governance processes because I'm writing new code, maybe that would normally take me a year. You can do that in weeks and months. Really, really changes the game as far as a business is concerned. We really are true cloud. We really are SaaS as well. So like we have a single code base. We mean that. We don't have you on backwards versions. We don't have to worry about compatibility. We manage the service. We manage everything. We really are born in the cloud and we really are true SaaS. We know integrations are important. You've heard all about integrations today from about 7 different providers. You know, we do integrations as well. We think they're all no code. So again, this doesn't mean you have to have an IT team. Go and build your integrations. Please get stuck in. We have an integration framework there for you to use. Finally, well, it goes without saying, we're going to deliver you some economic benefit. Otherwise, there'd be no point in having us as a platform. So low cost implementations, low TCO, all there. So let's show you why that's the case. So we're going to go and show you a demo. So there we go. So this is actually a real-life product built in Instander. So this is a motor insurance journey, all configured behind the scenes. As I say, no code. We're just going to go through a quick quote journey, address lookups, for example, easy integration. Again, no code, all configuration-based, all there, ready for you to use. Looking up things like license numbers, so I don't need to go and ask the customer to check on my behalf. I'm just building a quote journey, easy as you like. And then finally, what we're going to see, we've given them a quote, and now we're going to see the 25 plus payment providers that are already integrated in the platform, Stripe, PayPal, you name it. Oops, sorry. You name it. We've got those providers integrated into the platform. Bob's your uncle. We've bought a policy already, and we can produce the documents. Customer portal also comes out of the box. So what if I'm a customer, I want to see my quotes and policies and claims? Well, surprise, surprise, here's a customer portal that shows you all your quotes, all your policies, all your claims. I'm really unhappy. I want to adjust my policy. Well, we can do that as well. I want to claim on my policy. We can do that as well. And I want to cancel my policy. We can do that as well. So how about making a change? How quick and easy is it to actually make a change on the platform? Well, here you go. Here's our design studio. Why don't we add a question about electric vehicles? Everyone likes electric vehicles these days. So someone got rich apparently from making electric vehicles, and he's just bought Twitter, but you know. So let's add some question text. Have you got an electric vehicle? Really easy. Let's conduct our data schema in real time and create a data point name for that question. Really easy. Let's decide what the display needs to look like. Do I want radio buttons, etc.? Again, really easy. I've not entered a single line of code in this entire demo. What we're now going to do is put some text in to say, thank you very much. You've told us you've got an electric vehicle. You know, congratulations. You're a great customer, blah, 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 blah. So we've now added text. We've added a question. Probably the important bit. Why don't we impact the premium? Why don't we actually make a change? If you're going to tell us you've got an electric vehicle, we're going to give you a 10% discount. So let's add a calculation. Again, not coding, just entering in some configuration. Let's enter a formula in that gives them a 10% discount. Added a question. I've now added a formula. And then in a minute, what you're going to see is we're going to go into a test site, and you're going to see the change made in real time. So I appreciate I'm just running a few seconds over. So that's the calculation done. And then we're now just going to go and look at the same journey again, and you're just going to see that the question's been added in real time. And that was, I think, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. We've managed to make a real change. So when we say configuration, that's the speed that we're talking about. So again, same quote journey. And what you're going to see at the bottom is that the change that we've made, again, without adding any code, is all there for us. There we go. There's our question. And if we say we've got electric vehicle, there's our text telling you. So hopefully that's convinced you to come to the booth, meet more friendly people, hopefully like me. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, it's Alex Stengo from Cloud Insurance. So we are a Norwegian scale-up with clients already in 20 countries, and we're basically a modern, scalable and robust solution. We're founded in Norway, and we're up to 26 people in our team now and growing rapidly. Our end-to-end offering basically covers all aspects of your insurance work, right end-to-end, including a full claims journey. And if I look at our architecture, it's basically broken down into 3 different areas. A very nice and intuitive back end, a configurable front end, and then a portal as well for self-service for your clients, both for claims and to review their policies. And that's all powered underneath by a very flexible and configurable API, which allows you to really create to external data sets if you need to, or configure those journeys. So what can you do? You can easily configure products with multiple options, channels, and payment methods. And you can also automate your distribution and onboard people with group policies, commission maintenance, etc. But let's have a look what it looks like. So hopefully the video will start off. So this is our admin system, and you can see that I'll start off by going to a policy product and set it up. So I'm going to choose the life and disability product. We have templates for many. You can see it's super easy. Here we have a plan for life and disability with ages. We can go and configure the pricing. We can configure the adjustment factors that relate to this particular product, and then also the commissions, even at a line item level, but here we have multiple tier commissions. As soon as that's done, the product is available to distribute. I've chosen a partner here. We can have as many partners as you like, and the partner can configure their own pricing. So they can come in and actually have pricing at their level and commissions for their level, and then we can also add on specific mail templates, etc. So once you've configured everything, I want to show you what we can do with servicing the policy, which is our time slice functionality. This is probably the favorite part of our technology. We actually have the ability to make a change in MTA, so you can see we can either change the main member or another member. And then as soon as that change is done, I go into the time slice info, and I can see that the change has got now 2 different slices of the policy, and that impacts on everything. So we can see all the edits that were made. And what this means is you can have subscription models, you can have kind of new insurance type technology, because we can power that by API. And you can see the change there is reflected in our finance tab immediately. And also we have a full log of everything that happens. So, and this is good for compliance and also for customer service. So we also have built a really nice digital campaign tool. So if you want to enroll easily a whole, thousands of members and have a specific campaign. This was done actually by our marketing team. So we segment customers. You can, see which their typical, oh, sorry about that. Let's get back. Okay. And now, sorry, I'll come back to that one. And then we also have a health questionnaire, again, configurable. This is one of the purchase journeys that we've built. It picks up up to 32 factors. You can also have multiple levels, and that enables exclusions and loadings. And what that means is when I come and the policy is built in, the loading automatically will reflect, and then the user can quickly go and see exactly what the loading related to, and that's all built in and automated. We also have a full claims management facility. Obviously, this is the moment of truth for insurers. So this is where you really want to have a good sense of what's going on. We have a really nice insights tab as well, which keeps track of all the claims. And we can build customized claim journeys. So here we have a health claim journey, which is either a surgical procedure or not. You can see we have all the covers and developments available. You can configure how the claim is done. And then this can either come through an API, typically it would be through our self-service portal, but I'm just showing you what the back end looks like. and we have a granular level transaction. So you can actually have multiple fields. On our dental thing, we actually have per tooth, and that enables you to very quickly see and also make the payment out to the relevant person. And that's the claim. So I've only had 5 minutes. Our platform is really extensive, so I'd love to show you and come and find me in the break if you really want to see, you know, the future of insurance. We're very excited to speak to you. Thanks so much.
Maybe we'll move to the next one and try to chase them down. Can we switch to the follow-up? Okay.
Does that mean I get 10 minutes? Is that how it works? Thank you. I'm supposed to be the last person, so thank you for staying. You must have stayed purely for Novodea. I really appreciate that. Okay, so Novodea, we are the end-to-end platform for insurance distribution. So unlike some of the core platform providers that you've been before me, we're focused more on the distribution side. So we're a platform for brokers and MGAs. My name is Jamie Mcdonnell. I'm the effectively leading our growth in our London market. My background is coming from the insurance industry. I did 6 years in oil and gas at Marsh, did a bit of underwriting, and then in the last 5 years I've been doing a bit of technology. Only got a short time, so all I'm going to do today really is just lift the curtain a little bit and just show you why we think our proposition is so compelling. Okay, so we're probably really now in that sort of scale-up phase. The reason I say that is because we have about 100 clients across 20 different countries. Ultimately, we're Israeli-owned, and all I'm really going to show you here is going to be a bit of a video doing a bit of, unfortunately, feature dumping, but I'm just going to walk you through some of the bits and pieces in the background. First, before I do that, I'm going to talk about a big differentiator for this. So we're born on the cloud on big technology. What does that mean? Well, spoiler alert, we're on Salesforce. So what we're really saying there is that gives us the scale to really solve problems for small clients, but then also larger clients. We're also incredibly flexible because of the Salesforce base. That really supports two key differentiators for us, and that is the ability to make our clients' propositions data-driven and also customer-centric. So what that means is rather than having our back-end policy-driven policy admin system, we're actually more of a customer admin system. Okay, so what do I mean by end-to-end? Ultimately, we put that into three key pillars, which is the front, middle, and back office. I'm going to drill into a couple of these in a bit of detail. So on the front office side, the key component really is CRM. Now, that is not a afterthought, self-built CRM tool within our platform. We're talking about Salesforce, the world-leading CRM provider. Many of you will be aware and familiar with the Salesforce skin, which is sat behind us. The eagle-eyed among you may notice that we've got some modules across the top which are insurance-specific. What we've done here at Novodea is we've effectively built all of the objects, workflows, approval processes that you need to run an insurance business. Okay, it's going to go into a bit of feature dumping now, but really what Novodea does as a platform, it allows you to orchestrate collaboration between your teams. And it does that through two ways. First of all is automated workflows for an insurance broker or an insurance MGA, and also the ability to interject and add manual tasks and share those with different teams. A couple of cool features which will probably, you'll see things like the global search capability. It's effectively Google for your entire system. We also integrate as a standard to the document management system of our clients. So when you're doing global search, you're not just searching for the client information based on what's entered into the system, but also the documents you have in your DMS as well. Why is this important? Well, ultimately, when you have a 360-degree view of your client, it allows you to present actionable intelligence to your users. When your users have that, they're able to unlock things like profitability and growth, and that's ultimately going to drive your business forward. So everything you're seeing here around profitability is all kind of purpose-built by Novodea. A lot of this is peer group benchmarked as well, so it's actually automatically picking other clients within your portfolio and comparing them. Automated alerts for things like upsell when clients aren't buying certain lines of business, And then we've got a profitability tool which can integrate into your finance system, and you can pull through things like wage roll expenses to see who your really profitable clients are. And that includes trading partners. Okay, when we get into the middle office, all we're really talking here about is how to start building a submission to take it to market, the document creation that sits behind that, how do you then market that to in-house binders, open market, integration to different trading partners or trading platforms such as PPL, Whitespace, etc. It's really, this is where you'll start to see things like the lack of rekeying, all the automation that sits behind it. Again, being a benefit of being on Salesforce is that we're completely line of business agnostic because it's so configurable. It's all low code, drag and drop. The ability to handle really complex placements, whether you're doing vertical quota share aviation placements in the London market or whether you're doing motor fleet in a regional market, the ability to upload those schedules is really, really simplistic. Okay, from a back office perspective, not the terribly sexy end, but I will just pick out our document creation actually is worthwhile mentioning, just that any document that's created in the system or filed in the system automatically gets data stamped with insurance metadata, so it makes things easier to find in the system. It'll come on to back office in a minute, and the one piece of that which I'll really kind of pick out is our IBA or accounting module. Now, there's 3 key points here. The reason I mention that is because it's a full paid-as-paid ledger, and that allows for dual entry accounting. Not the sort of thing that gets me out of bed in the morning, but finance teams love it. Another thing I love is the fact that it comes with pre-built set of reports. So we appreciate we're working in a regulated industry. Everyone should be using pretty similar reporting. So age, debt, trial balance, client money, it's all in there. The templates are in there. You can adjust them from the base or you can keep them as they are. Finance teams love this. Okay, I'm conscious of time, so go to the next bit. Okay, so from a back office perspective, all of those 3 pillars are really wrapped in our data analytics skin. So that means you're getting all of the kind of intuitive report builder capabilities of the platform, the pre-built dashboards that come with it, not just for your insurance portfolio in terms of who my customers are, what my premiums are, what my commissions are, but actually things that sit behind the system as well. So any SLAs around workflow, claims management, things like that, all of that can be reported on live. Gone are the days of overnight batch reporting. Okay, that's dead in our world. As a final piece in summary, all I'd really say is that, and a lot of the presenters have said this already, that core technology does not need to be a constraint to your business. Okay, I think we're all agreed that the future of the marketplace is a digital ecosystem. To access that digital ecosystem, you need your core platform to be agile, allow you to be connected, and ultimately inspire entrepreneurship within your business. Novodea is a platform of the future, and I'd be happy to talk to any of you after the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon now, everybody. Very simple message, lightening up. I think we're the last presenter in this morning session. Stay tuned for some free beer, okay? How many of you deal with text-based documents, reviewing documents as part of your roles in the business that you do today? Reviewing policies as an underwriter, looking at claims documentation, that kind of stuff. Stuff that is really, really hard for computers to do. You have to sit there with a list of search terms and go through them all manually and then mark up a document. Really hard stuff to do. Drudge work. Highly paid, highly skilled people doing jobs that are simple jobs only because the computer can't do it. It's boring, it's text heavy, it's repetitive. It's also very expensive for your business. It's error prone. Humans can't detect every instance of every term in a document, which creates risk. Okay? Computers struggle with this simple stuff. Here's an example, a couple of examples. If you read those, I'm a huge metal fan. Me too, says the guy in the denim jacket, right? These are the things that humans find easy to figure out, that the guy with the dog has just got the wrong message completely, okay? But everything can be solved, and a lot of people believe that everything can be solved with AI. Is anyone here running an AI project at the moment? Nobody? Has anybody tried to run an AI project in the past? The problem with AI is it promises a massive giant redwood tree of a solution which you think is going to solve all of your problems. But quite often it doesn't run to budget and it doesn't deliver the expected results. It's resource consuming, it's costly, and it doesn't meet expectations. And what you end up with is actually a wilted pot plant for your several million of investment that you've made in your AI platform. And that's because of one thing. Up until now, AI needed to be taught everything that it needs in its intelligence to actually perform a function. Okay? At Samantha, we have a very, very unique platform that doesn't require any teaching. Not at the beginning, not like conventional AI, where if you actually change the parameters of what you're asking it to do, you have to reteach it everything. There's a really good analogy about if you teach an AI-based computer to play chess, after 1,000 games, it will beat the world champion. Then tell it to play checkers, okay? And if it plays checkers, then it will beat the world champion at checkers after 1,000 games. But if you then say, now play chess again, and it will fail completely and take another 1,000 games before it can beat that world champion again. All right? AI forgets everything it's learned and has to be retaught every time you change the scope of what you're asking it to do. Okay? So teaching the AI is its Achilles heel. Samantha, our platform, is designed specifically for semantic document analysis. That is, it's like search, except it looks at the meaning of what you're looking for and finds other stuff that means the same thing within the document. And it can be across languages. You can say, I'm looking for something in English, and it will find the German equivalent in a German contract. You can use it in contracts, you can use it in policies, you can use it to actually even scan your inbound mail coming into your organization and process that and get rid of the humans that are involved in the process of distribution and make things happen faster. Because we don't require any teaching, it's theoretically possible, if your IT departments would allow you, to get this up and running in one day. Okay? It's very, very quick, and it's out of the box. So now you have a reason to try and automate those expensive, difficult tasks today. Move from the ox, move to the tractor that can do much more work, much more quickly, reduce the risk you're exposed to, get more value in your business, be able to write more policies, okay, close more deals, and win more business. And above all, do an AI project that's successful. So, if you come to our stand and you have a demo, I'll give you a beer mat, okay? And with that beer mat, we'll take you to this delightful bar, which isn't very far from here, where we'll buy you a beer. So we'll see you on our booth, hopefully, a little bit later on today. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the presenting companies. That brings us to a close to the demo session this morning. We're going to be breaking for lunch. I think there's still, we're finishing a little early here. Everyone's really polite, sticking to the time. So if you want to, you can jump into the main session. Oh yeah, just take a break, enjoy the lunch, and then I'll see you back here in an hour. Right, some more people are trickling in, but let's kick off. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break and met some interesting people. We're back here for the remaining of the demonstrations that we have left or have remaining for the rest of the day. Similar to the morning session, we'll kick off with presentation from IntroHive and Shift Technology, who are our clients, and we'll have 10 minutes to present. And then we'll continue with the demonstrations that were voted in by delegates. So those are the companies that you wanted to see on stage. So just as a reminder, if anyone missed out, basically it's a quick fire demo. I will ask, if I may ask each presenter to come on stage as soon as the previous one is done to save time, and just please adhere to your allocated time so we give equal opportunity to everyone. With that being said, I'll pass it to Johnny from IntroHive to kick off this session.
Cool, thank you. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm on the clock, so I'm going to just jump straight into it. I'm Johnny Drexler, Industry Director at IntroHive, responsible for our growth in the financial services vertical, and really looking forward to kind of introducing you to the proposition. IntroHive is a platform designed to deliver customer intelligence to go-to-market teams and support their objective to find, win, and grow new business. By automating data capture, transforming it into scores, dashboards, and actionable intelligence and insights, we deliver customer intelligence straight to the people that need it, where they need it across your organization. We're a Canadian headquartered business. We've been around about 10 years, really made our name in the professional services space. So we do a lot of work in kind of complex B2B environments. The likes of PwC, KPMG, Deloitte, a lot of the large law firms globally use IntroHive. Large investment round last year, $100 million, is really allowing us to kind of open up and go into the financial services and tech verticals over the coming years. Already working with a lot of the largest sort of insurance brokers, banks, and asset managers. At a high level, IntroHive is trying to do two things that usually resonate with the C-suite. We're trying to help you increase revenue and decrease costs, generally via helping you identify net new revenue opportunities, the warmest opportunities to go and engage and win business with, opportunities to grow your existing client base as quickly and effectively as possible through the relationships and networks that already sit within your business but aren't always readily available. Maximize the value of acquisitions, defend against teams that are moving relationships from one organization to another, all whilst saving time and energy of the customer-facing staff that are building those relationships. So, a couple of ways in which we are doing that. We focus on the automated and sort of passive in the background capture of your contact data and activities that are taking place in your business. So, through various communication channels, we're able to understand who is being communicated with and how effectively. So an example of this would be, quite often we are plugging into the email exchange of our customers, which gives us access to their email and calendar data. And by just looking at the metadata of those exchanges, so who am I interacting with, at what time, at what velocity, we can start to understand the length and breadth of your network and help you to understand the strength of relationships within your network. So an example might be, on average, when we plumb into an email exchange and we look back over the last 12 months, there will be 350 unique contacts, 40 to 60% of which on average won't be visible within your CRM platform because it's never been needed to put it into that platform, which is ultimately your unified view of the customer. What we then do is sit in the background there, enriching that contact data, making sure you've got the right phone numbers, email addresses, job titles, and address for those customers that you're looking to engage with, and then provide relationship intelligence. So what that means is that we are scoring each individual one-to-one relationship based on the communication, the velocity of it, the reciprocity of it, the seniority of it, the type of interaction that's taken place to go, look, do we have a high, medium, or low relationship between these two people? Who else in our organization knows this person that might be a key stakeholder that we're looking to kind of drive share of wallet through and push other services and conversations through? And at an account level, how good is our coverage of this customer? Do we know the key stakeholders effectively? How engaged are they? And actually, what is our best route to engaging these key stakeholders and influencers? There might be someone in another business unit or another part of your organization that has a stronger relationship that you should be leveraging, or your marketing content should be pushed out via that individual because they're the person that's most likely to be responded to when you're communicating to your target CFO or whoever it might be. Lots of other stuff we're doing in the background. But for us, it's all about, once you're capturing this data, garnering this insight, how do we serve it back up to your salespeople to make them more effective and more efficient at their day jobs? How do we help an account manager better manage the account? And how do we help your more strategic leadership teams amalgamate this data to determine where they're going to spend their time and effort? And that will allow me to jump into a couple of little demo pieces. So I'm going to start here. So because of the nature of what we're doing, we're sitting on top of these communication channels. Quite often what people are wanting us to do is then serve this data into their content management system. So push it into my CRM platform to give me a more enriched 360-degree view of my customer. So what I've got here is an example of, if I'm an account manager or I'm new to a business and I want to understand how we are engaging with Stellar Mobile, I go into my Salesforce instance, and whilst it's got all the classic Salesforce stuff, we've got an intro hive iframe in here, which is effectively saying to you, we have identified 50 relationships that you have with Stellar Mobile, and I can tell you, because I've done this demo a few times, Salesforce is only telling me we've got 26 relationships with Stellar Mobile, so we have better breadth and coverage here than we realize, and we're able to start looking at who do we know. So let's say we're interested in Alan Dunn, Head of Sales and Marketing. We can see Alan, we can see his job title, we can see when there was last engagement with him, we can see how many connections within our firm we have with Alan. We can get some links into Alan to better understand his profile. We can see whether he's sat within the CRM platform already or not. But probably most importantly, I can see who else knows Alan and who has the strongest relationship with him. So if I'm new to a business, I'm probably going to sync with Anne, Julian, or Eric, and we allow you to sync and collaborate from within Intro Hive just to make it really easy to connect and get that insight you're looking for, and drive the strategy of how am I going to refer this service line into Alan, or what's the most effective way of me getting an introduction. And you won't be surprised to hear so much of our proposition is built on the fact that the chance of doing business through a warm introduction is so much more likely than a cold call or cold outreach. The chance of them taking that meeting, the chance of them doing business with you is much easier. And so we're effectively going to say to you, based on your target industry, your target buyers, your target profile, we're going to show you where your top 200 relationships sit with that type of person that you're not already doing business with. So we're going to help you drive net new business opportunities. Or in existing accounts, where can we start to cross-feed and cross-sell and cross-engage more effectively? And again, but there are benefits kind of outside of really kind of complex B2B sales environments as well. Just check my timer. We're serving up information to salespeople. So we're looking in your calendar, and I can see that you've got a meeting with Stellar Mobile tomorrow. Historically, what you'd do is you'd go into your CRM, you'd say, right, where are we at Stellar? Who do we know? Who's been talking to who? I'm going to ring around. I'm going to do some desk-based research to make sure I'm ready for this meeting. And what we do is we package that up and we serve it to people via email, which is where most sales, customer-facing staff live. We say, all right, we know you've got a meeting tomorrow. So the morning of that meeting or the night before, here's everything you need to know. Here's everything about Stellar Mobile in the news. Here's the people you're meeting, and again, links to their profiles. Here's who in your organization knows those people already, when the most recent activity with them took place, so you make sure you're not sort of stepping on each other's toes or walking into a room that one of your colleagues was in 2 days ago saying and doing the same thing. What's the attendee data in the news? We can pull, we've got like 25 different widgets you can turn on or off in this context. Plus you can be pulling your Salesforce and Dynamics data in here, and it's just making sure you've got all the information you need. You're not sort of overlooking the preparation for these meetings, and you're going in informed. You know, if the CFO's just left the business that you're targeting, or you know, someone you used to work with has just joined there, you know that, and you're able to reference it and be credible. And then finally, there's the kind of what are the leadership teams getting from this data? So what happens when we start to really bubble it up at a high level? So look, I've got all my contact and relationship data here now, and I can start to slice and dice it by industry, by job title, by level, and actually you can start to heat map. Where are my warmest relationships if I'm going to go run a campaign? Or even if I want to invite a bunch of people to an event, this is going to help you start to, you know, filter down those lists and hit the people you need most effectively. And then you can start to combine that with other data sets. So let's combine our relationship data with financial data about who are our customers, where are they spending with us already, where are the opportunities for growth, and what are the relationships that are going to allow us to affect that growth most easily and most sort of warmly and quickly, ultimately. I'm sorry, I'm 2 seconds over. Thank you for listening. We got a booth in the middle of the floor there if anyone wants to come and have a chat later on. Thank you.
Every day, insurers make millions of decisions that impact the customers. Shift enables insurers to automate and optimize decisions with solutions that combine artificial intelligence with deep insurance expertise to deliver better outcomes for all. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Manricks. I'm joined at the back by one of our over 200 data scientists, Joe. Joe's going to run the live demo. We're going to attempt to do 3 live demos in 10 minutes, so cross your fingers, please. So today's Shift are founded on the belief that artificial intelligence has the potential to unlock the future of insurance, to solve difficult challenges and empower insurers to do more, see more, and be more for their customers. Today we're collaborating with various clients around the world. We have over 145 insurers that we work with globally. We're going to specifically talk about our automation of the claims journey and how our fraud detection solution also aids this process. What we normally do when we discuss this point with our clients is really saying that you must be able to execute properly to ensure that you have fraud-free and ensure fast, accurate claims automation. Okay, so let's jump to the demo. This is going to be a bit difficult. I'm trying to see the screen. Okay, so this is the story of John and Alice. Alice wakes up one morning and she goes out to her vehicle on her way to work and she realizes she has a broken windscreen. Oh no. So she goes back into the house. She's not much of a tech savvy or claim savvy type of person. So what she does know is that there's a crash repair shop in the local area. So she drives to the crash repair shop. She goes to the crash repair shop, to ring them to say, what shall I do with my car? And they say, don't worry, we're an approved repairer. All you need to do is bring your car down. Once you've got that, we'll send you the invoice. You send that to your insurer and they'll pay that. So Alice arrives home. She goes onto her insurer's website, and at the back end, you'll see Shift's Luke solution, which is our automation solution. She chooses the car. There's a Nissan Altima. She chooses the damage to the vehicle. She chooses the date of the loss, where the loss was at her home. She can upload some images here. So we're checking the policy documents. We see there's coverage for the screen. We ask, does she want them repaired? She uploads her invoice that she got from her accident repair shop. Our OCR is reading and examining this information to ensure that we can extract the information. We see here the value of 1,088. We process through. We say, yes, it's covered. Where would you like that paid to? And her claim is filed. She receives her claim number, and off she goes. So Alice is ecstatic about this situation, so excited, in fact, that the journey was so easy on her first claim. She rates it 5-star, and beyond that, that evening she's having dinner with her boyfriend, John. So although John and Alice share the same address and are in a relationship, they don't share the same morals. So while Alice was delighted with a claim-free that was very easy to manage, John's thinking of an opportunity. So John contacts his insurer in the same way. He chooses his car. He then puts in the windscreen that's been damaged. He chooses the loss of the date. Sticks in his address. Uploads his image. It's covered. His repairs are already done. He uploads his invoice. We extract the repair amount. It says the claim's filed, but what's happened here? John thinks, Alice told me that I'd be paid at this point. I'd give my information. So John's confused. Has he missed something? No, John hasn't missed anything. Either is our fraud detection solution. Our detection solution force has detected this, and now from the back end of the insurer, we've notified the insurer about this loss. We look down here at the summary. There's various variables that are telling us why something's wrong with this specific claim. So first of all, we're looking at this case, and there's some detection that there's something suspicious going on. We've managed to check the policy. We notice that there's been a previous claimant that also shares the same address. We can have a look at that information. We can also look down at the document that's been reused. Yep. Here. You okay? Okay, so as we move into our fraud detection solution, this has been now handed to the SIU. The SIU have several areas here. It's showing why we see something wrong with this claim. We see that the repair is being done at a crash repair shop. We see that the windscreen here has been taken from an image online, in fact. So we can click onto the link. We can see where John's taking his image off the internet. Just there. Go back. And we can also see the invoice here that's been reused. In addition to that, we see the information that's been claimed. So at the bottom of the detection solution, we have some information around previous claims that have also happened. So first of all, when we start to automate the claims, we understand that there's less human touch, and once there's less human touch, we have to ensure that there's a tight fraud control in place. Okay. Can we go back, Joe? The fraud detection solution also is equipped with a map here that enables the information of where the accident has taken place. It shows both the first party and the third party, and enables us to be able to detect live in real time, both through the automation when the claim's been uploaded, as well as throughout the life cycle of the claim. Okay, so thanks very much. I'm a little bit early on that. We have a booth here today. Today we had a short amount of time, but we have much more complex journeys, whether they be on total losses, whether they be looking at the E-null, F-null from the front end. There's an ability to look at networks that we are gathering. And today we are the most used fraud detection solution in the UK market. We're working globally across several countries. The future for us really is about understanding how we can make better decisions for our clients with the same set of data that we have today. So these extend through to liability, automated liability decisions, We're also looking at an E-Null and F-Null process, so something that a policyholder can submit themselves, as well as a claims handler can also use. So the same process we use for a policyholder can be used by your claims teams as well. We're using several techniques here to do that. We're using natural language processing to understand specifics within that data. This is all backed by the 2.7 billion claims that we have in the system today. So we're utilizing that information to drive better decisions for our clients. Today, who knows what else it could be in the future? There could be several other decisions we'd like to make. So if you'd like to see more, we have several demonstrations over by the food stall. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Let's see if we can get this clicker working. No. Perfect. So I'm Daniel Zavalin. I'm an executive director at Contemi Solutions. And quick about our company. We've been around for a couple of decades. We've got about 60 clients and 250 employees spread across Europe, Southeast Asia, down to Australia. And what we do is to service the financial services industry. So within insurance, what we try to do is to solve the more bigger needs that our clients have told us about. And those typical clients are insurance carriers, insurance distributors, brokers, and also surety providers, primarily then commercial and personal lines. What we do is that we deliver this platform to them. So Seamless.Insure, it's a cloud-native, no-code software as a service platform built on microservices. So Seamless, easy to remember because I think everyone at the stage today has talked about Seamless. So now it's the name of a platform. Microservices, as I said, basically that means that we can cover the whole end-to-end of what you need. So everything from awareness to full loyalty. But it's microservices based. You don't need us to cover everything if you have something good today. So we've got open APIs, and using the module that we call Seamless Connect, you can just use us for a part of this. And you don't need us to use us for everything in here. Some benefits from that our clients have: self-configurable, it's plug-and-play APIs, pay-as-you-go model, so true software as a service, advanced workflow editor, no-code development, so meaning that we actually can give the power to the users who know what they want, unparalleled access to data, and a 360-degree, sorry, I'm trying to do everything in 5 minutes, and it's post-lunch. Some of the benefits, I won't go into everything, but 50% decrease in time to market on building products. That's one of the ones that I like to highlight. And to make everything easier now, I asked the product team to set a short demo video. Don't do that to product, because they want to show off everything. So marketing then, speed that up for me. So now let's go into that. Basically, I asked them to show the back-end system. And do I have to click next for it to start? Yes. So basically, when you log into Seamless, you'll come into a dashboard. And here in the dashboard, they're fully configurable. We have these widgets so that you easily can have access to all the information that you need, whether you're a claims handler or whatever. You can define them per role. So if you're a claims handler, you have that information. Or you can also define them yourself. You have a modular configuration, so you can easily go in and turn on and off the microservices that you need. So here in this case, leads, just taking that away. Account overview, or all lists, have the flexibility to just shift. Oh, sorry about that. So you can easily configure it the way you like it, or the way your role would like it. Full search functionality, so you can find all the information in the system. Customer overview, you can get that in the same type of way as dashboards, so having all the relevant information for you available in widgets. And then, of course, going into details, map view, or going into the tab views to find more information. These can be easily configured as well per role or for yourself if you want to have it different. If you want to go in and create a quote, you have the products that are available to you, easily available. The Q&A, you just walk through that. Of course, I'll show you later, that's defined by the client themselves or support for us. Just fill in all that. You have a quote. You can also assign it to a different salesperson. You can do some underwriting adjustments. If it's sales discount, you have all that, and you can recalculate, and then you can purchase the recalculated policy as well, no quote. You go into purchase, select the payment method, interval, and you have a new policy created. In here, you'll also have a full policy admin. You have a timeline, so you can see if there's done any midterm adjustments. You have a full overview of the policy and the documents. Now, that's also been sent out to the clients. You can see the documents there. We have integration to Gmail, to Outlook, to the standard office providers, email providers. And you have templates, full access to your calendar. Everything's integrated in there if you're using that module as well. Product builder, so giving the customer the access to build the products themselves. Details on the product, attaching the documents, both dynamic and static documents, setting up the Q&A questions, and then also defining with drag and drop here how the Q&A process should actually be. A good workflow module here, so you can do that quite advanced. You're basically designing the workflow and writing the code in backend at the same time. So be that either if it's a manual task or if it's something that's automated or time event, you can design the whole journey. And then, of course, report functionality. That's drilled down and dynamic, so you can easily tag into that and go deeper into the different elements you want to check out. And of course, our clients can then build out these reports, filter down, and all that. That was a brief 5 minutes, I think. If you want to know more, come and speak to me or Natalie, who's over here, or just type in seamless.insure and you'll find more information there. Thank you.
You want this? Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is BK. I'm based out of Chicago, representing Quantify. We are an AI-first digital engineering firm focused on solving transformational problems at the heart of the business. Today, we're going to talk about one of our products, Docufy, which basically is solving the problem of documents in the insurance space. We heard in multiple sessions today, documents play a big role in the insurance industry, right from underwriting all the way to claims. And the whole idea is how can you seamlessly solve this problem, make it much more efficient, and at the end of the day, enhance the experience for your end customer. So Docufy, it's a tailored workflow-based product where AI and machine learning helps you extract information, classify them first, extract information, drive insights, and fundamentally, and then focus on integration upstream as well as downstream. If you can go to the next one, please. So what we are doing here, we are talking about a business flow for a commercial insurance carrier here. You've got various kinds of documents that play a big role for commercial insurance. You need to either upload them, send them via email coming in. So this whole process we'll talk about today is doc digitization, where we'll classify documents, we'll extract documents with an human-in-the-loop interface, and then go through approval process, and finally pass it on to a system of record that can do code generations, right? So that's the whole process. Let's go to the demo, please. So here, an email is getting sent. Consider it to be an email from an agent or a broker sending an application. It can be via various kind of forms. So here is a new business submission that's taking place. So we have a certificate of insurance. It's being sent. You have two attachments here. Now this email ingestion, it's seamlessly integrated. The files have come in. You see the files getting classified properly. The system has already identified what kind of document it is, the accuracy levels of the score. It also gives you a provision to edit it if the classification is not correct. Based on the score, you have confirmed it. Then you move to the extraction process. Now you are extracting information from the document itself. So here is the document type. You go to the extracted value. You can extract specific information. And then you can actually, as the information is, as it's scrolling down, you can see the bounding boxes here. And then post that, you can actually download the information. Then let's go to the next document. This is, we've taken it up from the internet. This is an Aviva Fidelity Insurance form. We'll show you the extraction here. Yes, these are the extracted values with different confidence scores. And then the bounding boxes, what it does is it enable users, if it's an underwriter using this platform, they can automatically see what values are getting extracted. And then if you have to make edits, there's an edit button that can help you edit it. It can also help you add new fields. Okay, so once this has been processed, now you can pass this information to your downstream application. And what we have in this product is direct integration to some of the standard core systems like Guidewire, Duckrake, and a few others. And the integration helps you pass it on to your downstream core systems. So that's the demo. If there are any questions, we'll be more than happy to take questions. I think we have 1 minute left. Great, thank you.
I think I will use my laptop, but thanks. Sorry guys, give me a second until I quickly set everything up here. And, all right. Give me 1 more second, I apologize. Let's see. Hopefully now it works. Sorry, I cannot mirror my screen. Let me give it another shot. Is there anything that you guys can do in the back for the mirroring, or? Strangely, I'm moving the window to the next screen, but it doesn't want to move forward. Would you be kind and help me out?
Go to presenter mode.
Presenter mode, yeah.
Not presenter mode, just click on, so you're going to click on that.
This one?
And start show.
Hold on. See my, can you mirror that screen there? I am so sorry. Not sure why this is happening. This was working before. To see my notes though.
No. I'm not sure what's happened. Can you close down all your stuff so you got lots of stuff open? And
should we switch places maybe until I try to fix this, and I can come after the next one, so I wouldn't take hold the line? Is that okay? Yeah, I apologize. I'll be back. I'll be back right after. I apologize for some reason it's not working.
Jonathan, if you want to jump on stage while we sort this out.
That's great. Great stuff. So less of a demo today, more of an introduction into what Provisico does. We are in the world of flood forecasting, providing timely and accurate forecasts to help people to mitigate loss. The flood problem is well known. With climate change and increased urbanisation, flooding is growing at an exponential rate. What few people know, though, is actually that surface water is the real problem. And surface water and small river flood risk now is around about $500 million a year in the UK. Insurers probably won't recognise that figure because actually a lot of it actually doesn't come through insurance at this stage. One of the keys about this is that actually flash flooding and other surface water flood events tend to be very unexpected. As a consequence, it takes people off guard. Actually, the old style risk maps are kind of not very useful when it comes to the new world that we're in with climate change. What has been proven time and again by people like the EU, the World Bank and the UN is that warnings are absolutely vital to prevention of flood losses. And it's known that you can prevent the majority of flood loss if firstly you understand the risk, secondly you're able to invest in resilience measures, you have a flood action plan, and crucially you have timely and accurate flood warnings to enable you to take that action plan and put it into play so that you can actually affect the outcome of that event. So the graphic on the left there just giving a demonstration of how easy it is, if you've got the time, to actually be able to move assets very quickly and simply. Mentioned, surface water is the big risk. Surface water and small rivers, streams and culverts are not covered by existing flood warnings. Existing flood warnings are only for main rivers and coastal flood. Yet the majority of flood risk, according to the Environment Agency, is actually in these other areas. Our technology actually comes out of work with the Environment Agency Met Office and Cabinet Office. It's work developed at Loughborough University. We've got a hydrodynamic model where we're pulling in a real-time weather forecast, processing it through the model to enable us to issue a new forecast every 3 hours, predicting up to 48 hours ahead by an individual property level, so literally number 25 High Street, both the time and the potential depth of flood at that particular location. The toolkit is very simple. We have the email notification service, and then we also have a dashboard. Both of those are available via an API to plug into third-party systems where necessary. We also have on-site sensors, which are particularly well used in locations where you have culverts, streams, which have known flood problems associated with them. So from an insurance benefit point of view, fantastic opportunity to really mitigate a huge amount of loss. Working with Lloyd's Lab, we demonstrated there was over 50% of flood losses could be mitigated in terms of residential, and between 70 and 90% when it comes to commercial. By giving customers advance warnings, you're helping to really improve that customer experience for them. And also, really importantly, we're delivering across E, S, and G. Classic example of us working with an insurer is with Liberty. Their risk-reduced platform, which is provided to all their corporate clients, has the Provisico service, again, via the API embedded within it. The early response has been incredibly positive around reducing risk, customers really seeing value in the service, and also the underwriters now being able to understand their flood risk much better. Just have a quick look at the sort of the ROI you get, and one of the great things about the world in which we work is there's a lot of government stats. So we know that for every 100,000 properties out there in the commercial sector, EA stats demonstrate you'll have over 200 of those that will be affected by flood risk. Now, the fact is we do rely on weather forecasts, and weather forecasts aren't 100% accurate, and similarly there are local conditions that affect flooding as well. So if we just get around about half of those particular properties where we can mitigate loss, you can see that you're producing a loss mitigation of around about £4 million per annum. And again, comparing with the cost of the service, you're talking about a 10 times return on investment. Just to demonstrate that we don't just talk a good game, but actually our customers are happy to talk about how well we do too. And the likes of Zurich and Liberty, and indeed the Cabinet Office, have really endorsed the system, and we're delighted that we're going from strength to strength. Thank you very much.
me try and give it another shot. Hopefully it works this time. Okay. Let's see if I can pull it over. There it is. Thank you for your patience, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Attila Danku, and I'm representing InsurVis from Hungary as their head of business development and sales. So what do we exactly do at InsurVis? We are proud to live and function by two main guiding principles. First, we are dedicated to provide instant and fully automated compensation for one's loss. And we are, sorry, and I apologize, I don't find my mouse here, and it's back. So we are dedicated to provide instant and fully automated compensation for one's loss at the time of occurring. And we are on a mission also to eliminate the pain and bureaucracy from the entire customer's journey. The insurance market in general is very crowded, obviously, hence we wanted to make sure that our team at InsurVis will develop something unique as it comes to our products and features. We are all aware of the common pain insurance customers still have. Therefore, after identifying these pain points, we came up with some innovative solutions and also made sure to execute them at the right way. So what is the pain that we have identified, basically? We learned that our customers in general are concerned throughout the customer's journey from the obtaining of the insurance all the way to getting compensated. They say that it's usually bureaucratic and not as customer friendly as it can be. And the wait time to get compensated is obviously way too long. Based on the data from the UK, it can take up to 11 months in some occasions to actually get compensation, which is truly unacceptable. During the pandemic, obviously we missed out on a lot, and I'm absolutely sure that there is no one in the room who would like to miss out on the fun any longer. Hence, InsurVis is here basically to offer a peace of mind solution for some specific situations that might occur. After numerous trials and error, as well as the right validation process, we came up with 2.5 products, many left in the pipeline, obviously. The half being the time machine that would eliminate the need for insurance entirely, providers. And I must tell you that regardless of the top secret project that we have and our new hires hiding at the bottom right corner, we are obviously just not there yet. But all jokes aside, we have two products that we seem to work quite well. Our first is our ski lift insurance, which caters for those who might miss out on the fun due to some unwanted circumstances. And the other one is a more commonly known flight delay insurance with unique differentiating features that set us aside from our competitors. Based on some pre-pandemic data, I'm not sure if you know this, but in Europe, the UK is the third largest ski in country. I mean, as it comes to people who go skiing, it's about 6.5 million people. So millions of UK citizens leave the country every winter and go on a ski holiday. So I imagine yourself planning and waiting for months, obviously, for your desired ski trip to France or Switzerland, and after a long planning, you can't ski because the weather is not appropriate. That is where we come into the picture, offering a peace of mind solution to get compensated instantly, on the spot. Our other product focuses on your unwanted delayed flight. And sure, the EU offers some compensation, and you can buy insurance from your airline too, but the problem is that it takes ages to get compensated eventually. So our solution, while based on the same technology as our flight delay insurance, we offer you instant and fully automated compensation in your pocket as you step out of the airplane's door. And we are ready to introduce both products across the UK with the right partners very shortly. As it comes to the product features, just as you can see on the slide, Our backend as a service system is basically based on an Ethereum-based smart contract, automated parametric solutions, flexible pricing based on historic data, and fully automated claim and payout processing, as well as instant compensation. So how does our backend as a service actually work? As a backend as a service provider, we offer simple API connections for our partners, featuring an easy sign-up process, secure data processing and payout, flexible pricing, historic data, trusted data sources, all based on the formerly mentioned Ethereum blockchain technology through our smart contracts. Should a triggering event occur, we automatically notify the provider about the incident and initiate a payout process instantly. That's what we consider to be a convenient solution for both for the provider as well as the end customer. We have two global partners, namely Allianz and Aegon, whom we ran and are currently running actually some pilots for both products in Hungary. But our next goal, as I mentioned, is to enter the UK market and then expand globally. Obviously, a great team is essential for success, so we have between 10 and 20 employees altogether. But for key team members, bringing a wealth of insurance, IT, startup business development knowledge from Silicon Valley and around the globe to the table with some previous exit experience as well. And last but not least, who are we catering and looking for in general? Well, if you can relate to the formerly mentioned pain, personally, where you know someone who has been in such a situation, or simply you just want to make sure that you will have satisfied customers, you can rest assured because InsurViz is here to offer a helping hand. We're mainly looking for insurance providers, card issuers, neobanks, membership organizations, and obviously some booking sites or anyone in general who would like to offer some microinsurance solution as an added benefit to their customers. And with that, after all the trouble, I thank you for your attention.
Hi everyone, I'm Tom. I head up product at ChainDat. I'm here to talk to you today about a little experiment we did. I'm not here to show you the product really. You've all seen that if you haven't already. We're very pleased to book a demo for you if you head over to our booth and say hi. We've got a few different products. We cover pretty much the whole risk life cycle. We cover primary administration, claims, reinsurance through a distributed ledger-based application, which is kind of blockchain for adults. We've got a multinational application as well, again, based on DLT. And we also have some data integration products to stitch the whole life cycle together. But today, I'm here to quickly talk to you about BPA. BPA is Beyond Policy Administration. It is a full life cycle primary policy administration platform. It's all microservices based. API first with an optional user interface, or you can do a hybrid. You can take the API as well as taking the user interface as well if you have a mixture of demands. It is SaaS, it's all fully multi-tenant aware, so you can bring your own tenants on board, or you can come on board as our tenant. Event-driven architecture is driven throughout the entire platform, so you've got a very rich event log of everything that happens on the platform. For every single granular policy lifecycle event is recorded in quite some detail. Aside from that, we're obviously suitable for the largest enterprises. We can scale to UK aggregator size, which is 180 to 200 million quotes a year, roughly. But we can also scale down. And that's why we're here to talk to you about today, which is, what is a Raspberry Pi? You probably all know, but if you don't, I'm sure this introduction will help you. That is the back of a Lloyd's pass at the top there, to give you an idea about scale. So roughly credit card sized. Bottom left is a Raspberry Pi 4B, which is the machine we used for this particular demo. There's also a Pi Zero and a Pi Nano on the page there as well to show you there's actually two even smaller versions of the same tech. It's a fully fledged machine, USB, Wi-Fi, HDMI, the whole works really, SD card for storage and so on, and Ethernet and what have you. Why do a Pi? Why bring insurance to a Pi? Well, we're all here talking about sales. We're all getting a bit oversold probably by this point in the afternoon, I imagine. So we thought we'd tell you about a quick little experiment we did as an engineering challenge we set out for our team. Raspberry Pis and single board computers like them are used very extensively across the UK and the rest of the world to teach students about excuse me, about programming and about technology in general. So it's kind of a nice little segue for us to bring the student population and new talent into the field. We also wanted to have a look at power footprint. From a carbon footprint perspective, it's really easy for us to just add more cloud. Obviously, that's kind of what Azure and AWS is all about, being able to scale at whatever scale you want. But it's also easy to get out of control. It's also easy to actually overspend and go overboard. So we wanted to look at a really low power solution as well and challenge our engineering team to prove that the architecture could scale down, which seems like a weird thing to say, but actually what we wanted to do was to challenge the team to demonstrate the incredible efficiency of our architecture above all else. Sorry, I missed that one as well. Give confidence to our customers that we can deploy anywhere, even on a Raspberry Pi. The deployment we actually did was the whole production ecosystem, not just a kind of a cut-down version of the app. So we have Prometheus and Grafana and all the observability tools that you would normally expect to see in a cloud-based app. So we can run the entire show from a Raspberry Pi. But above all else, it was really just a fun engineering challenge for our team. And when they actually, so we set the challenge that they would be able to always run the platform off of a Raspberry Pi. The team, it's run by the guy in the middle there, Anurag. He's the head of the team, and we also had Amit on the left and Pratish on the right. But between the three of them, they came up with the idea of running the whole thing on a cluster, because they said when we wanted them to put this on a Raspberry Pi, they said, what, one Raspberry Pi? And we thought they meant that it was going to be impossible, but what they actually meant was a single Raspberry Pi as a single point of failure. So they said, well, let's do it as a cluster. So we did that. There's some details about what we actually miniaturized, if you like, the entire ecosystem of the device and the application. Again, as I said, it's the whole enchilada, including the service mesh, including Istio and everything else. So it all runs quite smoothly, actually, on a Pi. That's actually what it looks like. We have left to right power over Ethernet switch. There's actually 4 Pis in that stack, but this is the stack of, that's the scale we're talking about there. That's 3 Pis in a Pi cluster. That's a 4-gang one. We actually only use 3 of them in the cluster itself. You can see the power over Ethernet hats, so we don't have to have separate DC power. We can just run power over the Ethernet cables, USB sticks for storage, and a solid-state drive for backup. There's the Grafana dashboard, which shows that running the whole platform is actually entirely possible. Memory utilization of 23.5%, which is pretty impressive. Just to give you an idea, a trio of these in a 3-node cluster has about half the power of a 10th generation Intel laptop. So you can see here that actually we're actually running a very efficient architecture indeed. That's actually the application running on the Pi, just so that we all believe it. So what did we prove? We proved that a policy administration platform can actually run at the edge. So that's quite an interesting proof point for us. Power consumption peaked at a single Pi. It actually does run on a single Pi without any resilience, of course. Runs at 5.5 watts, but for the entire cluster running a clustered version, it peaks out at 23 watts. For production customers, we obviously don't do it on Raspberry Pi. We don't really have customers banging down our doors demanding to run their production policy administration system on a Raspberry Pi, of course, but we do run the entire thing on Azure, AWS, that's cloud agnostic. So yeah, the idea is basically we can encourage school kids to have a look at this in the future. Come and have a chat to us. If you do want to book a demo for any of the products, come and have a chat to us at the stand. We're offering a prize today of a full Raspberry Pi 400 kit. So if you're a tinkerer yourself, or if you have kids who are makers or interested in getting into making, do pop along and enter the draw. Just as an aside, I know it sounds a bit flippant to run on a Raspberry Pi, but this is actually the Gartner hype cycle for edge computing. You can actually see that in the bottom left there, single board computers are almost entering the beginning of the hype cycle. So it's nice to hear about hype at events like this, I'm sure. Hopefully it's even nicer for you to see someone who can demonstrate some hype. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Eric, do I press to, it's a video, so which one? I'll just press the green one. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. So I guess it'll just play. And then it goes down. It's gonna play now. One more. So it works, okay. Okay, good afternoon, Eric Giroux from Giroux.ai. We are resolving one of the biggest challenge the industry is facing in terms of underwriting, is making underwriting a lot more predictable. And we've reached about over 500 million pounds on the platform today. And we're gonna explain why it's difficult. About 50 to 80% of the underwriting resources are spent in data preparation. And there are very clear, 7 clear reasons that we've tackled over the years in order to try to save all that time. First one is you will recognize the data is often inconsistent, so it's gonna come from different sources. Inaccurate, there's gonna be a lot of mistyping, and you have lots of people working on Excel trying to correct things. Additionally, will be incomplete, especially if you're trying to analyze your underwriting, you're trying to bring other sources to give context to your loss ratio, for instance. Quite difficult to do that. Quite messy if you try to bring multiple data sources together and you're trying especially to consolidate, it becomes really difficult. It's going to be untraceable. You don't know where it's coming from. The insights you don't really exactly trust because you're able to trace back where it's coming from. You're going to have a lot of duplication as well in your data, trying to make sure each record is unique. And finally, a lot of obsolete data. So what we've done is we've built a platform that absorbs, that you can teach, a bit like maybe you teach the brain what to do. And that's basically what we do where it is. We can connect to pretty much any data sources in your organization, and we can start teaching tricks. But the way we do it is we organize that through a dimensional model, and I'm going to show you how a user can analyze their book in a lot more predictive way. At the end of the day, our philosophy is to give each user their lenses so they can analyze their performance from their dimension. So it can be an underwriter, claim manager, depending on what role in the organization, and that's our at core. So this is a typical user dashboard. You're going to come in, you can create dossier, you can create reports, but I'm going to show you a little bit dossier we've done. So imagine you click Monday morning, you're trying to analyze your book of data, click on the dossier, we'll generate the SQL, pull all the data together, the AI in the background will have prepared, bucketize basically your data, so broker name, unique way of identifying them. I'm going to bring my gross loss ratio, my gross premium. I'm going to bring my total incurred, and I'm going to start to analyze my broker performance because that's very important, especially on the loss ratio. But I want to try to understand the trends. So you don't need the data scientist. You will be able to do that. You just bring a new chart. You can start bringing maybe a month by month performance. So in this case, I'm going to bring my gross premium again. I'm trying to find it now. Okay, here we are. And I'm gonna break it down by broker. So I'm gonna bring my timeline, it's gonna be my GLR. So, and then I'm gonna break down by broker. So right away, I'm able to put that in presentation mode, and I'm able to basically articulate the story here with the data. And that's quite easy to do. I suppose our value is very much in preparation in backend. You use the data, you make the most of it. You can also analyze your product. That would be a typical underwriting dashboard. You're looking at various loss ratios, you're looking at frequency, and you can even organize your data a bit like Excel. So it's quite easy to do. The idea for us is we're trying to eliminate Excel, basically, for analysis. So in this case, I'm looking at the location dashboard. I'm having a lot of claims in Glasgow. Click on Glasgow. I can try to examine in a more granular way how my claims have been coming from. So why Glasgow more claims? There seems to be some flooding there. If you have a travel book, you can absorb your travel data. In this case, I'm going to be looking at Canada. I'm Canadian, by the way, so
interested to know a little bit about that. So click the Canadian crew. Most people have bought USA Canada policies, but in February I noticed that there's something worldwide policy has been claiming. And when I look at the source of policies, lost passport appears to be the main reason why I'm losing money basically on certain policies. So that's pretty much a 5-minute presentation of something that the subject is quite complex, which is around making underwriting a lot more predictable. Predictive, if you want to contact me, just type 0.ai and we can do a free demo for you guys. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. How do you feel? How is everyone feeling? Quick health check, raise your hand if you're still alive. I mean, it's great to be back in a conference again, physically, right? Really enjoyable, but conferences are exhausting. So especially watching pitches, but it's one of the last pitches, so we have a couple more, I think 3 more, so bear with us. I'm trying to make this as engaging as possible, but I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate that I can be here as well. So my name is Fred. I'm one of the co-founders of Paperbox. And Paperbox is an AI InsurTech from Ghent, headquartered in Ghent, which is the unicorn capital of Belgium. We also have unicorns there. We have been operating for 12 months now. Last week was our anniversary event. So we're a bit of a new kid on the block when it comes to intelligent document processing. But within those 12 months, we were able to already win a couple of awards. We have been serving the first 10 customers already, and we were profitable in the first year of existence. And so what we do is pretty simple, and I'm sure you've heard of a couple of similar technologies already, but we have built an AI solution that helps insurance companies, big and small, to process vast amounts of emails and documents. We read the emails and documents and process them so that we can make the insurance company more efficient. We do this for a couple of reasons. Our customers tell us it's usually about 2 out of 3 of those reasons. So imagine one of our customers, for example, an underwriter. They take pride that they are able to serve their customers, the intermediaries, at least 5 times as fast as the industry standard in Belgium, as the market standard. And they achieve this through Paperbox. So we are able to help them decrease lead times and waiting times, decrease response times towards their partners and customers. Other customers, they work with us because they want to improve operational efficiency altogether, because increasingly, they tell us, it's difficult to find qualified staff to perform the insurance functions. So especially they don't want that staff to be losing their time in repetitive administrative tasks, right? So it's about redeploying human talent to do the activities that human talent is best at, cognitive activities and talking to people. A third challenge we're solving for are scalability issues. Now, again, this might or might not be new to you, but let me let you in on a little secret. So beyond these 3 challenges, and what a lot of parties in the industry are missing, there is one more challenge. In fact, it's the challenge of these challenges, and that is that automation projects are really, really difficult. They are most often the #1 choke point in such a project. So everyone talks about automation rates, about reduced time to process, but all of those are pretty similar. And the difference is really made into how fast and how efficient you can implement. And this is the same for document and email processing. And that is why we, at Paperbox, we have a laser-sharp focus on frictionless implementation and customer onboarding processes, because we truly believe that we are born out of an InsurTech ecosystem, and it's through this ecosystem that we are able to offer Paperbox, not as a platform, not as an end-to-end solution or IT system that you need to onboard, but as a point solution, effectively as a layer on top of the IT onion that you're already working with. So this means Paperbox has been offered as imagine a plugin on top of the IT systems that you're already using today, that are already implemented, so that as of day one, you can benefit from the technology that is AI to be tackling one of the biggest bottlenecks in the insurance industry, that is email and document automation. We believe it's not about disrupting. Disruption leads to interruption. It's about incremental change that improves the way we work, and that is truly where we are focusing on and how we want to make a difference. And so when talking about software innovation, people usually think about user interfaces. What we hear more and more is no-code, low-code platforms. While you should see Paperbox as a low-touch software that is able to do the job for you. So it doesn't require as much human interaction, freeing up human capacity again to work on the things that matter. But in the case that it does require human interaction, human validation, we have, again, a seamless, very intuitive to use user interface that allows the user not to do it manually, but to assist the digital assistant, to assist the software, to do it better, to do it faster, in the same time, closing the loop and improving the software over time. So it's becoming smarter and able to help you extensively better and better over time. We have been working in Belgium now mostly with Belgian insurers, with Belgian underwriters. As mentioned, we're working with customers big and small because we believe that accessibility leads to impact, and AI should not be stored away just for the largest players in the market, but should also be made available to the mid-market and the smaller segments. And that is why we are different also from a lot of the software vendors out here. So I'm gonna take a halt here, but I'm very happy with your attention. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if there's anything we can help you with, feel free to reach out. We'll be around. Thank you very much.
All right, home stretch. We're getting there. All right, afternoon, everybody. My name's Julie Mansfield. I work for Jupiter Intelligence, and we are a physical climate risk modeling startup based out of Silicon Valley. We have offices, however, in London, Paris, New York City, Boulder, Colorado, and then San Francisco. So what do? We operationalize the world's best climate science and economic impacts to model a number of different perils, specifically climate-related perils, to help understand across sectors what your risk looks like between now and the year 2100 in 5-year increments. So what we can do is drill down the climate models to a 90-meter resolution as kind of a key spatial resolution for us to be able to get an idea of how that risk profile is changing around your specific assets. Like I said, we work across different sectors. So some of our largest clients are in insurance, banking, real estate, really anybody, of course, with a large physical footprint. But we've even started working with large wineries and agricultural sectors to help them get an idea of what yield issues they may have going forward. We have kind of 2 key products. The first is called Climate Score Global, and the second is called Climate Score Planning. Climate Score Global is really where everybody starts out. It's used mainly for portfolio analysis, shareholder and regulatory responses, and things like that. Heavily aligned with TCFD reporting, the EU taxonomy, the new SEC regulations that are being proposed, all of those kinds of things around the world. And so this is where we have our customers start out. What we can do is take a portfolio of all of your assets from around the world and input them into our climate models and output a portfolio of hazard scores, metrics, and loss information to help you get an idea of what your risk profile looks like. We use 3 different climate scenarios to do that. So we look at both the 1.8 degree scenario, so SSP1, as well as an SSP2 and 5. So this way you get a really good range of what your Paris-aligned agreement may look like, all the way through kind of worst case 4 to 5 degree scenarios. We look both at short and long-term planning horizons, ranging between 2020 all the way through the year 2100 in 5-year increments. So you can functionally scroll through time and toggle between different climate scenarios to get an idea of how your risk profile is changing. It's an incredibly powerful tool. Climate Score Global is in fact global with the exception of Antarctica, so every land surface of the world. Someday we'll get there. But this is our 90-meter resolution tool. So like I said, really drilling down to that individual asset. From there, we can actually identify your highest risk critical assets in your portfolio and then take you into our second of our two-step approach, which is called climate score planning. Climate score planning is where we can drill down to an even deeper resolution between 1 and 3 meters in most places of the world. So you really get an understanding of that spatial variability for multi-million-dollar risk engineering decisions. So it's really only for those high-risk critical assets that we work on bespoke projects for. So climate score planning is, like I said, available worldwide, but because of the computational cost, we generally only employ it for customer-driven domains, and it's available for 4 of our perils. And that's because we're very realistic about our perils. If you have a drought, if you have something like a drought at a 90-meter resolution, you're going to have a drought at between a 1 and a 3-meter resolution. You just don't need to downscale it any more than that. So in order to do this work, we employ some of the foremost climate scientists from around the world, including Betsy Weatherhead, formerly the head of the National Climate Assessment in the White House in the US, who's now on staff with us, as well as some of the people who've developed tropical cyclone models. So we do our own standalone modeling for tropical cyclones, which is unique to Jupiter and a known weakness of the global climate models. So lots of flexibility in the platform itself, lots of options. And so we don't have a booth here today. However, I'm going to be around if anybody would like more information or like to chat a little bit. I'm happy to do so. Should I just scroll through the rest of it?
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to quickly do an explanation of what InsurTech Scout is. So if you kind of imagine LinkedIn on steroids combined with Match.com, the dating site, and fantasy football, and apply that to the insurance industry, that's kind of what we've created. So the vision was, so my background was insurance consulting, innovation consulting for AXA and a bunch of other brands. I was running a consultancy business, and my typical clients were insurers, investors, insurtechs, and advisors. And we always felt the way they collaborated, the way they solved problems was super inefficient. So we had a vision to digitize that world. And that's literally where this business has come from. So the kind of areas that we focus on, so if you're an insurer or a service provider, you probably engage with a whole bunch of insurtechs through your innovations teams doing POCs. Typically, 80% of those POCs fail, and they fail for a number of reasons. They don't fail as a POC, they fail when they go into production. And they fail because there's lack of engagement inside the business, they fail because they're not high priority projects. Also, most insurers don't really understand the ecosystem, so they'll find a nice shiny new insurtech out there, take it into the business, they try and work with them and then realize actually it's not really what the business cares about. And also, how do you make sure that the rest of the organization understands what's going on in the insurtech, in the insurtech market as well? The insurtechs spend an awful lot of time taking their proposition out to every single insurer out there. 90% of insurers will go, hey, it's not relevant, we don't have the budget, timing's wrong. So, and investors have similar problems in terms of they get inundated with pitch decks. And then as an insurtech, when you're sending your pitch deck out, you're trying to ring these investors and you can't really get through, or they don't really want to talk to you because they're busy going through the 500 other pitch decks they received. So we felt that there was a lot of wastage in that collaboration, so we created a platform to help solve those problems. So just quickly, there wasn't time to demo the platform. More than happy to take anybody through a full demonstration. It's a live platform now. It's not an MVP. It's fully production ready. So you can create, as an InsurTech, you can create your profile on the platform. You can identify whether you're looking to raise money. You can see which insurers, which investors have been viewing your profile. So rather than reaching out to a whole bunch of insurance companies, we'll tell you which companies are already interested in looking at what you're doing, so you can focus your attention there. Insurers post challenges and projects on the platform. So you can set alerts to say, we're able to solve these kind of problems, and we're only interested in those that have a certain level of budget within a certain time frame. And the platform will automatically send you alerts to connect you to those relevant projects. We have a gamification layer in the platform, so everybody on the platform earns a virtual salary. You're able to use that, they're called kudos dollars. You're able to invest your virtual salary into interesting insurtechs on the platform. And if you end up towards the top of the leaderboard tables, you get real world rewards. So more than happy to talk about any of that stuff outside of this session. If you're an insurer, you get to see market insights. So you'll actually get, you can see where insurtechs are focused, what regions, what parts of the value chain, what problems they're solving. They have a whole stack of radar charts that are generated real time as the data evolves on the platform. We can answer subjective questions. So I get quite a lot of this, hey Manjit, what's really interesting at the moment? Rather than kind of going, oh, tell me about all the pet telematics claims that are operating out of the UK. We can do all of that as well, but when people ask questions like, who's got a really compelling proposition? But that's very relevant to the insurer's culture and their people and the problems they're trying to work on. So we can solve all of that kind of stuff as well. And if you're an investor, so rather than wait until you receive a whole bunch of pitch decks, you can actually set alerts to say we're interested in these types of companies, and the platform will automatically alert you as somebody declares the fact that they're looking to raise money. I think I've run out of time. Thank you very much. If anybody wants a demo, let me know. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian McLaughlin. I am Head of Business Development for Expert AI. We specialize in AI, machine learning, natural language processing. We do it through a combination of a couple of ways. We use we have a very deep domain knowledge graph. We also use a hybrid natural language platform, which incorporates symbolic business logic, and also we use machine learning algorithms. And what we do with that is that we read and understand language like a human does. In this instance, what I'm going to show you guys now is one example of a live demo of reading and understanding medical reports. So what we do in this instance is we're reading the medical report. So I'm going to run through kind of a live demo of this environment. So what we have here is a claims workflow automation. We're taking in a medical report from a claim. So the first thing we do in the process is we acquire the document using, in some instances, OCR as an example. So we convert it into plain text to use it through our algorithms. So as you can see here, we have a document, has a number of information in it in terms of the claimant, the medical information, past medical history, looking at what happened in terms of the accident that took place. And then we are able to analyze that. So we reduce the need of a claims handler having to read these medical reports. The next step in the process is we route the document. So we extract key information such as the claim number, claimant name, who the solicitor attorney is, also lines of business and information like that to be able to make it useful from a claims handling point of view and triaging. Then we go and look into the information within the document. So we're really keen to pull out information related to the injuries. So what we've done is we have enriched our deep domain knowledge graph with ICD-10 codes. So related to, in this instance, we're looking at the MOJ process here in the UK and whiplash reforms. So as you can see, we're looking at extracting information such as the injury that they've incurred. So in these instances, like back injuries, concussion, PTSD allegation only. We're looking at the recovery periods as well. So how long did the person recover after the injury, and also treatment details as well. So that allows the gives a very broad overview to the claims handler in terms of what has happened in the process. In this instance, it's a good one. PTSD is allegation only. So we recognise that the person is suffering from general anxiety since the accident took place, but they haven't been referred for clinical professional help. So we recognise that it's allegation only, and then when that's produced then to the claims handler at the end of the process, it's easier for them to do it. We're also looking at information such as past medical history, so relevant information in the document. So using our kind of our core business logic or symbolic business rules, we're able to kind of identify key other information in the document, link the dates as well, so we're able to recognise that this is part of the process. And then also, we're also looking at other things like coverage and suggestions as well. So we identify things like new possible ICD-9 codes, ICD-10 codes. We've recognised that these injuries have taken place. We recognise that these injuries are part of the document, the injury, the recovery, and the treatment period, but we don't have an ICD-10 code matched to them. So we can do that, then we can enrich the knowledge graph with these ICD-10 codes as well. Also, we're looking at case insights, so relevant past medical history. This claimant has had a lower upper back injuries in the past and also has suffered from dizziness, so potential PTSD allegations as well. And all of this is part of the process to give the claims handler an overall understanding of the actual claim. We also can identify fraud indicators. So in this instance, again, this kind of insight and coverage will be suggested to the claims handler that there's potential fraud taking place in the document, such as information is not adding up in terms of the story. And then finally, as part of an example of how our software can be integrated into a full workflow, we can suggest settlement values based on the appetite of risk of the carrier as well. So that's pretty much it in terms of a claims demo. I think I have about 40 seconds left, and I am the last person of the day. So I think you're free to go, and well done to all the other demoers here. Thank you.
Well, you still have me before you go for a break, so hopefully that's not a nasty surprise. So that brings us to a close, as Kira mentioned, about the end of the demo stage. We have more content prepared in the main stage, including our embedded insurance panel, featuring industry leaders from Beazley and AXA partners. So please do join us there after the break. If you have any questions about all the presenting companies in the morning and this afternoon, please do reach out to them on the Brella app or find them in the networking break, and I'm sure they'll be happy to answer any questions. So thank you very much.